Okay, hello, welcome. Welcome everybody, and we're gonna have welcome again, and it's very exciting for me to say that I'm now in Jerusalem after many years. Years is only 2 years, but it felt like many years during the pandemic that I was in Sweden. And we're doing it together with Jonathan and musician Jauques. And if people are joining in for the first time, I'm going to share a little bit about the Co-Vision project. It started in December 2019, when I felt like we need to have a forum to express a positive outcome for the future that we're living in. And we met at the first time at the old city at the Four Quarters and did a ritual of the different religions, Armenian, Christian, Jewish, and the Arab quarters, and it was really powerful. And then we thought we'll meet physically, but then the pandemic happened, so we've been doing Zooms for 2 years and a few months. The first year we did it on the 20th as 2020. The second year, in progress, 21, and that was and now 2020 we're doing it on 22nd 2022. I don't know why. Can you hear me okay? All right. Something is echoing a bit. Okay.
Maybe if the participants could mute.
Maybe
so we don't have the feedback thing.
Can everybody mute? Okay.
Who are you?
Mute all. You apologize. Okay, now I think you can hear me better. So today is the 22nd of February. So it's 22/2 and 2022 which is also palindrome and also mirroring of the two figures of 22 and 2. So it's a place to really look inward today, and we're going to have a wonderful healing session with Harold Lewy. He's going to introduce himself. I met him 30 years ago when he did the mastery courses in Jerusalem, and he's a great body reader, and he's going to show us today a new strategy for how we can cope with the stressful times we were in the last 2 years. And we're going to have Jonathan also come in and play some music, and Meira and Amrita from the jungle in Colombia, and hopefully Elad from the Galilee. And we have also Yvette is going to be volunteering for some of the healing work here today. And so thank you very much. And we usually start with a meditation. And then after we do the healing work, after an hour or two, people are also welcome to share personally. It's beautiful to hear people's visions about the future as well. Okay, so if you can find yourself a place that is comfortable. And are you hearing any echo or any sort? No? Hi, Yosef. Okay, so I'm just going to ask Jonathan to come in for the meditation, and Okay, we're gonna ask you to sit in a comfortable place and maybe mute any phones that you have. And this is a time for you and nobody else, and just take this 5-10 minutes to relax into a moment of shift, if you so will. We will anchor our energy into Jerusalem. And if you can find a way to sit straight on a chair, or if you're on a sofa and you're lying down, just make sure you feel comfortable. Okay. So B'Shem Hashem Nasem Natzliach. I'm invoking a prayer in Hebrew before. Yeshuat Hashem Kirfai. I'm asking for the archangels to come in and to embrace the space, to circle the energy. מימיננו מיכאל ומשמאלנו גבריאל ולפנינו אוריאל מאחורינו רפאל ומתחתנו עם אדמה מעלינו שכינת אל. נשות השם כרפיים, שיפתחו השערים לכל אחד ואחד פה בזום, שיהיה שמחה בלב ואהבה. Okay, so let's imagine that you're surrounded by loving light and love around you, and a golden dome of protection with these archangels and your friends and family if you're in the same house. And imagine around a meter above your head, above your crown chakra, a connection to your divine source, to Hashem, or to anything that is connecting you to your higher self. And bringing that love and light like a waterfall of divine liquid purification into your sphere of beingness. And through that crown chakra, allowing that love and light to fill your mind's eye and your head, your skull, into your third eye, into your throat, and to your torso, just really cleansing all the nooks and cells in your body. Down through your arms and into your heart chakra. You might want to put your hand on your heart and a hand on your stomach and just really maybe rock a little bit. Just let yourself to come home to who you are, to the beloved, beautiful being that you are, that we are. Just really breathe in that love and light and fill your lungs. And down to your solar plexus, where is your connection to your own self, your identity, your power, and through the second chakra and to your belly. And let that liquid go down your legs, hips. Oh my God, there's a cat walking on the piano. Oh God. All right, that was a funny interlude. Okay, I'm not in my own space, so have a little patience. I guess the animal kingdom was coming in here and saying something. So let's go back to the second chakra and your root chakra and imagine this liquid light just coming down through your legs like waterfalls into Mother Earth, and imagining the holes of your feet going down deep into the layers of the earth, deeper and deeper, and like a waterfall flushing all impurities that's not serving you down into the aquifers, the magma, into the core of the Mother Earth. And when it's flushed in there, into that crystal place of Mother Earth, let all the energies that is not working for you come down like the gravity of love into Mother Earth, cleansing yourself. And breathe in and out a few times with your hands on your heart and your stomach. And when you feel like you cleansed yourself and clear, let that loving Mother Earth energy come back slowly through the layers of Mother Earth, back to the layers of the clay and lava and aquifers, to the bottom of the house you're in through the feet of your souls, and that warm, loving Mother Earth bringing forth new life into your body. And slowly up your knees and hips, your first and second chakras, to your solar plexus, and hold your hand just around your navel and the heart, and maybe rock Mother Earth into you. You might want to swing around like a spiraling energy. Wow. And let Mother Earth hold all your 4 chambers in your heart. Cleanse all the pain and hurt. And at this point of the heart, you're also meeting with the clean energy from above, clearing all the little memories that aren't serving you anymore. So we can open up to new love, new horizons, new connections, a future of love on 2022. And as we're now on this particular 2022 Star of David, I'd like us to imagine we're surrounded by a Star of David, a Merkaba, oscillating around us, 6-pointed, 1 Star of David, and another 6-pointed, making it a Merkaba. Imagining you're inside it. And let it bless you. Let it oscillate you to a new vibration of love, of truth with yourself, with others, and our world. And let's take this group, imagining we're now at the 4 corners in the old city where this co-visioning started, and we'll ground this energy into Mother Earth through Jerusalem and the Kodesh HaKodashim and all the religions meeting at the very, very core of Mother Earth's connection to the galaxies through the foundation rock. And imagining we're holding hands in a circle on the 4 corners and really holding our hands strongly together and sending this vibration out to our loved ones and family all over the world. And imagining crystal stars of David above each continent, Europe, Africa, North and South America, Australia, Asia, the North Pole and the South Pole. And within that, a big Star of David and Merkaba around Mother Earth, the blue planet, to shift us into new consciousness. While we're connecting to our soul's purpose this lifetime. Bishem Hashem naseh v'natzliach, Yeshuat Hashem kirpai. Let's send this love to all people who need healing and love and togetherness and faith that we will get through these times. And send love also to all the animal people and nature and all the countries, governments to come from sanity and health, and for the pandemic to slowly fade into a better paradigm and a new life upon our beautiful planet. Amen. And as a completion, let's just hold hands at the four corners and ground this into the foundation rock. And thanking each other for this journey. Coming slowly back to our chairs. Asking the archangels to create a golden dome above us, protection and manifestation of the visioning. Thank you very much for being here. And we will have a little song now by Jonathan. Later on, we'll have piano and music as well with Jacob Guenoun. I'm moving a little bit so we can have Jonathan come in. He is our co-host.
Hi, everybody. Such a blessed time. There's a lot of things to say about today. It's a very special date, special number. We have 6 times the number 2. Number 2 represents couplehood. It also represents duality, and sort of like trying to find harmony with the 2 extremes in a way. And it comes out 6 times. And as let's say a Jewish nation or an Israelite nation, and number 6 is very, very strong for us. The Star of David has the number 6. And because it comes out to a 12, then you have the tribes, which are 12 tribes. You have the 12th months of the year. This year, there's also a 13th month, which is very special. And we're also going to be talking about it in the next month, about the tribe, the 13th tribe. So it's kind of these two meetings are entwined together. That's very special. And
the date today is Chaf Bet Adar, not the 22nd of February.
Okay. It's there's many ways to count time, but we've been going with these numbers for the past 3 years since 2020, and we did the 20th of each month in 2020, 21st of each month in 2021, and now the 22nd of each month in 2022.
These dates are idol worship dates.
It's your prerogative to believe it, for sure.
It's for 100% sure. It's not about a question of belief. It's 100% sure.
Okay.
Okay, Michael, This is actually a point we can share this later. It's I hear what you're saying, and we try to also bring the Hebrew calendar and Jewish items together with the Gregorian. So we'll talk more about that later. Okay, thank you.
Yes, and also we say because there is an Adar Aleph, then it's like we have twice the amount of time to bring joy and rejoice, and that's because it's doubled up, and we have all these twos everywhere, and then there's definitely a connection to that as well. And, I'm going to play this song in Hebrew, and maybe I'll tell you later the translation, but I'll just play it for you guys, and it's about the essence of our creation. שבח והלל בשמי תבן נוכח באדמתנו הגומל שומו השמיים ובארץ קום תגל מי הוא שלכל זאת פילל מי הוא שלכל זאת בלב עוז יראה חמלת היצירה תפארת המלכות בהדרה שובו למהות האמת במסורה לקיים מפשר הבריאה ולקיים מפשר הבריאה וקדוש קדוש ומקדש וקדוש קדוש הוא האחד קדוש קדוש ומקדש וקדוש יחיד ומיוחד שבח והלל בשמי תבן נוכח באדמתנו הגומל שומו השמיים ובארץ קום תגל מי הוא שלכל זאת פילל מי הוא שלכל זאת פילל ועוז יראה חמלת היצירה תפארת המלכות בהדרה שוב למהות האמת במסורה לקיים מפשר הבריאה לקיים So I don't know, do you guys want me to translate? Someone feels like they want the translation?
It was a request to speak up a little bit to make it sound a little.
Speak up a little louder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speak
So I'm asking if anyone feels like they want this song translated, they can lift their hands. We're seeing you guys, and I'll do it for you guys. You don't have to.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
it's like this. Shevach ve'halel b'shmei tevel. Praise and shevach. Quality and praise in the sky of the universal sky. Nochach be'admatenu hagomel. The Redeemer is present in our earth, in our land. Shumu hashamayim v'ba'aretz kum tadel. So the sky will ponder and look upon us, and you will rise and rejoice in the land, in your earth. Mihu shelechol zot pilel. Who is the one that longed for this? Oz yirah chemlat hayetzira, audacity, fearing, yirah, like God-fearing, chemlat hayetzira, the compassion of creation, tiferet hamalchut behadara, the glory and wonder of the kingdomhood in her grace and beauty and marvel. Shuvu lemahut ha'emet b'mesorah, like profusely, like seriously go back to the essence of truth. Lekayem mipeshel habri'ah, to create, to be part of the essence of creation, the meaning of creation. And then kadosh, kadosh u'mekadesh, holy, holy, and sanctifying. Kadosh, kadosh u'echad, holy, holy is the one. Kadosh, kadosh u'mekadesh, holy, holy, and sanctifying. Kadosh, yachid u'miyuchad, holy, unique, and special. And then the second part is brucha, brucha u'mevarechet, which means, but this is in female, so blessed, blessed and blessing us. Brucha, brucha at ha'achdut, blessed, blessed you are, unity. Brucha, brucha u'mevarechet, blessed, blessed and blessing us. Brucha ba'a ha'metziut, welcome reality.
Thank you. Okay, toda rabba. So you'll come back.
Harold, yeah.
Now we are in for
Harold.
Harold.
With Jauques also.
Yes,
Play
and
some
Jacob.
piano.
Yes, but
Jauques.
you're welcome to hear. Okay, we're going to move now into the presentation by Harold Lewy, and it's going to be around 40 minutes. The first 20 minutes, he's going to share about the system. Then we have two volunteers. He's going to do a reading of their faces. And afterwards, we might have time to open it up to other people to ask for any kind of advice. And we'll have music in between. Thank you. Okay, the floor is yours, Harold.
Oh, the floor. I need the air, not the floor. I want to be in the air, getting to everybody. It's very exciting. My son just walked in with his roommate and his girlfriend and the girlfriend's father, and I invited them to join the Zoom, but they can't hear anything. So I want to start by blessing you, Eva, for this is the first time that I'm in this format. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can. Can everybody hear Harold?
Yes, fabulous. I want to start by blessing you and saying that what you do to bless others, I hope it resonates and comes back to you quantumly increased, so that what you wish to give others becomes yours and brings you to your next level. So you're able to come in a more full way into everything in life. And Jonathan, the music that you make and the harmony and lyricism that you put into it, I hope it echoes back into you and creates a lyrical pathway that will take you into exciting and challenging new things, so that your music will expand you and not only communicate what you want to say to other people as a language of music that it does, but enter you, and your inner world will become lyrical too, even more than it is already. So there we are. We start with a blessing. It's very exciting. I see some people I know on the screen. It's okay. I'm sitting in a room. I'm not in my office. I'm for the first time sitting on my son's bed in this school. It's called Ain Prat. It's near the Dead Sea. It's actually near Jericho. And I've come down here because I had to choose between doing this Zoom about the work, giving you tools for strategy against burnout. That's the official name, Strategy Against Burnout. Speak a little about Harold Heals, which is the healing work I do, and hopefully do some readings and give people some answers. I like to go straight into the nitty-gritty. I love theory, but theory is for books. Theory is for people who have big minds. I like to get down to nitty-gritty and go straight to the answers, if we can find any, or create some along the way. So I had to choose between doing the Zoom meeting and doing an intense study period with my son. They've opened it up to parents and children to study together, philosophy, Jewish thought, maybe a little Gemara. And I said yes. So I said I wasn't going to choose, I was going to do both. That's why I'm sitting on his bed and not in my office. But that's very exciting. So I'm originally South African, half German, half Lithuanian, born in South Africa. I lived in 5 different countries. My current home is in Akko, in the north of Israel, a beautiful city on the sea. I have 3 kids, 2 biological, 1 adopted. My major work today is counseling people to find answers, pertinent answers to whatever their questions are, whether they're about their health, relationship, work, reason for living, or reason for dying, all of those things that we sort of need along the way. I was in a meeting yesterday and somebody said, I like to help. They were speaking. And I said, well, I don't really see that what I do in the world as helping. What I do is I accompany people who are working on themselves. I walk with them. I encourage them. Sometimes I put a foot in front of them so that they'll stumble. Sometimes I put a foot right behind their tush to give them a shove forward. Sometimes I bless them. Sometimes I confuse them. Sometimes I muddle them. But I really walk with people more than helping people. I don't really believe in helping. I believe in accompanying. So what I would like to do today is to give you tools to help you along your way, to accompany you as opposed to help you. How did I get to this? It's kind of important to give you a background. 10 years ago, I was working in the Galilee College up in Mazra, an international college working. I was working in English and in French, 2 of my first languages, with people that were coming on a World Bank supported course in leadership and management. And the college asked me, would I put together a training for people who were working with the AIDS epidemic, specifically in Africa, but not only. Because what they found was people working with the epidemic, whether they were doctors, nurses, social workers, people in the social services, they basically, anybody who was doing good work and working constantly on a long-term project eventually burnt out. They would arrive at being exhausted they would find that their own functioning was lessening as they were doing their function in the world. And the question was, how do we deal with stress and the stress of change? The more change we have, the more stress we have, especially if it's rapid change. Now, I'm getting straight into the subject. Stress is not bad. I want to take the whole idea that stress is the enemy. Stress is not bad. In small quantities, stress is very stimulating and actually what we use to build our muscles up and to be creative. So small amounts of stress, which don't come too rapidly into our lives, are actually very healthy. Larger amounts of stress start being demineralizing for our bodies and tiring for our muscles, our neurological systems, our blood systems, our bone systems, all our systems with large amounts of stress become depleted, and huge amounts of stress actually kill people. We know that. You can actually stop somebody's heart if you put them under too much stress. So the question of stress is how much, how often, and how well you're dealing with it coming in. Have you chosen it? Is it in your chosen field? Is it something that you've invited into your life or not? Now, I have two stories. I love parables and I love stories. It's the actor in me, the director, the actor, the performer. My first story is about the frog. Now, I lived most of my life in France, and the English call the French frogs. So I love a frog story. I've got to bring a frog story in here. You take a frog and you throw a frog into a pot of boiling water, and the frog jumps right out. You don't have to go find a frog and do it. Somebody already has done it, and it's true. If you throw a frog into boiling water, he jumps straight out. Now, take a frog and put him into cold water, and he doesn't jump out. Now light a fire under the pot of cold water. And as the water gets warmer, the frog does what we do. He adapts, and he starts feeling the warmth, but it's only an incremental, small little bit of warmth. And he does not jump out. And when he realizes that the water is too hot, his muscles are not functioning anymore and he can't jump out of the pot. And he stays in the pot and dies. And that's a wonderful parable for what we do with stress. We adjust to the next level of stress, and we adjust to the new challenges and changes we have without necessarily changing our behavior. And when we realize that the stress is depleting us, we don't have the energy sometimes, not always, we don't have the energy to necessarily do what we need to remove ourselves, because we've already created the entire environment of stress for ourselves. If you look at that parable of the frog in cold water or in hot water, you need to look into your own lives and see, where do you put yourselves in hot water? Your relationship, your job? Is it your relationship to your health? Is it your relationship to aging? Is it your relationship to change? What I find most fascinating with COVID is not the actual nanometer viral infection. We've had viruses always, and we're always going to have viruses as part of our co-hosting in life. And we shouldn't be so arrogant to think that we own the world. Viruses have been here long before we were, and they'll be here long after we're here. And we're just going to have to grow up, upgrade, and learn to live with them and how to deal with them. We need to learn to adjust. We've become a little arrogant thinking that we're sort of in charge here. And I think if you look at how well we deal with change, obviously other species are dealing with it much quicker and much better than we are. and we should pipe down a little and not think that we are running the show, because I don't think we are. What I find fascinating with COVID and the challenges COVID bring is how people react and how we react on a personal level. I think everything that I'm a believer, so I believe everything Hashem gives us, every challenge we have, everything that life throws at us is ultimately a blessing. And the true alchemy is for us to take the challenges of life and turn them into blessings. You want to suffer with them? Go for it. I'd much rather turn it into a blessing and find the blessing and be blessed than to suffer from whatever life gives me. One of the things I say to my students, one of the things I say to the people I work with is, we're going to pay taxes anyhow. You may as well have a good time. Nobody's going to come to you and say, do you want to pay taxes? They're going to say, pay your taxes. Nobody's going to say, do you want death? Death is just part of life. So these things are going to be there in any case. You may as well have a good time, get the blessing, and learn from whatever's happening. So for me, COVID is a wonderful challenge. And before that, when the AIDS epidemic was happening in Africa, I sat down and went, all right, I've been leading workshops for 30 years. Good. I'll put together a workshop about, actually what we did is we had fun. And what I did with people was saying, how can you leave here today with a personal strategy that you will be able to implement every single day of your life? One thing I know, it's not a recipe. Recipes don't, I mean, recipes work when you're working with flour and eggs and, you know, food. I believe life is very mobile. I believe we need to know who we are and how we operate. That's my major tool. I call it body reading as opposed to body language. I believe we need to know who we are, how we operate, and then we're able to make choices based on who we are as opposed to making generic choices for generic person. None of us are generic. We're all very specific. And that's the great pleasure I have in working with people, which I've done for a long time, and I hope I'll do until my dying day. I find it infinitely fascinating to look at each universe that each person is, a changing and developing universe, each of us. And that's what's so fascinating, looking at people and learning to know them. So let me go back. What I did was I said, all right, we need to have a strategy that is based on who we are. What tools am I going to offer to people? I started with the physical. And I went through the body, teaching the people in the class, and I will teach you a couple of things in a little while. What are the physical things we can do? Pressure points. Where are the places that we store huge amounts of stress? Well, we have acupuncture points. We also have what we call sphincter retentional points. We have sphincter points. We have muscle stress nodules. We have places that we are very good at storing. And the only reason I know that is when I was doing group work, people would be standing there speaking, and I'd go, may I touch you with one finger? And they'd say yes. Well, sometimes they'd say no, but sometimes they'd say yes. And if they say yes, I touch the point that I thought they were retaining great amount of stress in. And they'd go, oh, and I'd go, yes, that's it. That's the point I'm talking about. And anybody who's worked with me, you'll know I'm a very hands-on, touchy-feely type person, because the body always tells the truth. Our minds can change our mind very quickly. Our emotions are very facile. Most of us are not developed enough spiritually or sexually to use that as a reference point, but the body is the most constant. I don't say it doesn't change, and I don't say it's not developing, and I don't say we will ever really uncover all its secrets, but the body has a huge body of knowledge. And if we learn to listen to our bodies and we learn to work with our bodies will actually give us tremendous feedback about who we are, how we operate, and what specific things we need to do to respect ourselves. Now, there's one thing I can say to almost everybody online: Most people don't drink enough. We all know that flushing out the body is actually a very healthy thing. In fact, if you knew how many people came to emergency room because they dehydrated, not just in our country, but around the world, you would go, but everybody knows they're supposed to drink. How could they possibly dehydrate? Highly intelligent people walking through life, hungry for knowledge, yet actually not using the knowledge they already have, even so far as to keep themselves functional. We had a wonderful talk to my doctor today, and I said to him, I was very lucky. I had a German father who brought me up in a German way. You do this, and you do that, and you don't do this, and you don't do that. And I listened because he shouted louder and scared me. So I learned to listen to my German father. I had no idea other people didn't have a German father. And I didn't know other people grew up in cool homes where you negotiate with your parents. I had a very authoritarian father. But one of the wonderful things he did was he said, you will take care of your body because you need it. And he was right. So I developed habits of taking care of my body because I need it. And one of the things I said to my doctor today was, everybody knows they have to take their car in to be serviced. Everybody knows what petrol to put in their car. Everybody knows how to take care of their car so it will function. They also know how to take care of their bodies, but somehow they think they can get away with not taking care of their bodies and only taking care of their cars. So their cars work, but their bodies don't. And I go, I don't understand that. So one of the things I do at the beginning of the strategy is I go, we have to take care of the physical aspect. We need to know where the points are. And the first tool I'm giving you is called the psychology hour. Freud brought out a beautiful notion. He said, and he spoke with an Austrian German accent, he said, the hour I will treat you only has 55 minutes. They actually have a clock, a watch, which only has 55 minutes on it. Between 55 and 60, there's no time. He said that's not part of the system. Hi. Oh, consuelo. Wow. So a 55-minute, what does that mean? You do whatever you do for 55 minutes every hour, and then you take 5 minutes out to take care of yourself. What do you do in that 5 minutes? Quite honestly, if you just sit quietly, it will already be a miracle. You want to meditate, you want to pray, you want to breathe deeply, you want to stretch, you want to yawn, you want to shout into a cushion, you want to shake your hands out, you want to stroke your feet, you want to pressure your eyes. There are so many pressure points on the body. You could almost lay your hands anywhere on your body, and chances are you'll hit some pressure point or be close to a pressure point. I'd be happy to run through points on your body. I'd be happy to do a little topical run through of the body of where you can touch, squeeze, shake, rub, or just lay your hands on. Your hands are wonderful ways of slowing things down or reminding yourself you have a heart, you have a head, I have eyes, my goodness. What I say to people is, have you given any attention to your feet? And then they look at me as if, you mean I paid you to speak to me about my feet? And I go, yes, you did. I go, because you forget your feet. They carry you everywhere. My second story is about the camel and the final straw. And there's a camel walking in the desert, and he has a lot of straw on his back. And then somebody came and put one single straw on top of the straws that were already there, and the camel's back breaks. That's how most of us work. Most of us will wait for something to break to know that we've asked too much of ourselves, that we've loaded ourselves with one thing too many. And you can say, but this little straw doesn't weigh anything. And I go, yes, but this nothing is just one thing too many. And now I have a fun story, which is a little rude, but I think it's very funny. The body ran elections, the human body. And they said, who should be in charge? So the heart immediately said, oh, I should be in charge because I beat and I send the blood all over the body. I'm the most important organ. I definitely should be in charge. And the brain said, oh no, without me thinking, without me with the correct decision, the body would be completely lost. Then the feet said, but I carry you everywhere. I am in fact very important because without me, we wouldn't go anywhere. Then the hand said, no, I'm the one that does everything. And so, each and every organ in the body said, I should be in charge. And then the asshole put his hand up and said, I should be in charge. And the whole body burst into laughter, and all the organs in the body were laughing, saying, the asshole wants to be in charge. The sphincter got very, very angry, closed up. Within 15 minutes, the body didn't feel too good. Within an hour, the eyes started getting bleary. Within 5 hours, the heart wasn't beating very well, and the brain wasn't thinking very well. The feet were a little wobbly, and the hands couldn't do very much. And after 12 hours, the entire body said, we'd better let the arsehole be in charge, because if he doesn't open up, none of us will work. And that's how the sphincter became in charge of the entire body. And if you will look at most organizations, you will see that it is a sphincter that's running things politically and often in very other organizations. Now, if you want something else to run your body, then you're going to have to engage the mind to be in charge and the heart to be in charge and the invisible soul to also have its say. Otherwise, you will be run by the lowest of the low inside your body, because we all need to function together. Now, you can use that parable or you cannot use the parable, but I believe that every part of the body has to be given its say, which means the physical has to be taken care of. If you do not take care of your physical, stress will catch you. So that's the first thing. The second thing, if you emotionally do not have an equilibrium, if you are too stressed about things you have taken on board, relationships that are unresolved, relationships that are festering, it will exhaust you. Ultimately, that will become your soul. That will become the part where you have unresolved stress issues. We all have emotional issues. Anybody who doesn't have emotional issues isn't living in reality. Part of living in a world with many other people and with families is that we have issues. I had 3 months, my daughter was angry with me about something. I had absolutely no idea what it was. I could think of many things, but I had no idea. And every time I would say something to her like, sweetheart, shouldn't we talk? Wouldn't it be a good idea? She'd say, Abba, I do not want to speak to you. And for 3 months, totally superficial. Hi, how are you? Fine, goodbye. That was it. And then after 3 months, just recently, she came and she actually sat down and had a conversation with me. And the content of the conversation was not that important. What was important was that the communication was back. Those 3 months were amongst the most stressful time of my life, because I went, what on earth has happened that my darling daughter, who I adore, isn't speaking to me? We all go through it. When I was working on a peace project, the mayor in my town invited me to talk. And I started off by saying, the greatest war in the world is not between nations that do not agree. The greatest war in the world is in each and every family unit between people who love each other and somehow quibble and somehow hold resentments or regrets or issues. Some people hold this issue of not having been hugged at 3 years of age until their dying breath. Jealousy that a sister got more love or more money or more attention. In a relationship, I do the dishes more than you, and that could be an issue. We all have emotional things that happen in our life. We all need to learn to forgive and forget. We all need to learn to deal with those emotional things. Otherwise, stress will touch that very point in the emotional world we have. Modern day psychologists say we all have bank accounts. We have physical bank accounts, we have emotional bank accounts, we have spiritual bank accounts, we have intellectual bank accounts. And we need to balance our checkbooks in all those accounts. We need to actually monthly sit down and look at what's going on in that account. So physical has to be taken care of. Emotional has to be taken care of. Now I want to go into the mental. In work situations, I have read many people's contracts because in the coaching I did most of my life, one of the things we did was we looked at people's contracts. I have never seen a contract which actually says that in the workplace, you have to get ill for your job. You have to take on so much stress that you will physically not be well. However, in almost any workplace, if you take on extra work and you get ill from the amount of work you take on, nobody will stop you unless you do. One needs to be intellectually very honest with oneself how much we are able to do. And different days we can do different amounts of work, no matter what our job is, no matter what job we give ourselves. Whether it's tending the garden, washing dishes, running a company, playing music, anything that we take on ourselves has to have very clear boundaries. And one of the intellectual boundaries is we need to be honest with ourselves about what each day we can actually do. And different days, we can't do the same things. There are days we get up, we are actually physically tired. Therefore, what we have planned to do on a day when we're healthy needs to be lessened. Otherwise, we're actually abusing ourselves. So that intellectual honesty cannot happen unless you actually build it into the strategy. It's not something you can do ahead of time. It's something you have to do in real time. You have to be honest enough to say, today I'm a little muddled, or today I'm not so clear, or today I actually don't feel very energetic. That honesty isn't something you can take care of ahead of time. That's something that has to be real-time honesty. So that intellectual honesty has to be something that is automatically in your strategy. You need to constantly check in with yourselves. It's one of those wonderful things when people meditate. Meditate's not about doing anything, it's about stopping to do anything so you can actually hear the messages that are already there. The letters have been delivered. The message is already there. We're just not listening to them. We're just not reading them. Slow down. Take time off. So the 55-minute hour, in that 5 minutes, all you ever have to do is to check in. The information's there. So physically, you need to take care of yourself. Emotionally, you need to take care of yourself. Intellectually or cognitively, you need to take care of yourself. Now we get to the sexual part. We do need to be clear sexually. It's not something I can bring in here and develop. But I do know that people who ignore their sexual well-being, their intimate well-being, their relationship with themselves, I'm not talking about what you do with anybody else. I'm talking about what you do with yourself. You are all responsible for your own sexuality. You need to address the question, am I taking care of myself? It doesn't mean having sex. It means being intimate with yourself. A body needs to be touched, a body needs to be pleasured, and a body needs to have release. Sexuality is one of the ways we take care of that. Most spiritual people sometimes forget that they're also made of bones and muscles and blood, and the body also needs to be taken care of, not just on a physical level, but also on a sexual level. So I'm reminding you to check in with that part of yourself. And intimacy is where I'm aiming at. And the final part is the spiritual part. I cannot stress it enough. We need to play. We need to be in interaction with our higher selves. We need to listen to the messages that are there. And the more we listen, the more messages will be coming. Not necessarily understood, but they're there. My children used to laugh because I would say, I'm just going to play, I play piano. I'm just going to sit down and play for 10 minutes. And they'd say, Abba, you sit down for 10 minutes, an hour and a half later, you get up. And I go, that wasn't an hour and a half. They go, yes, it was. We timed you. The world of music, or the world of painting, or the world of writing, or reading, to have a creative outlet, to allow your spiritual being to have off time with the unseen, to speak to your God, to pray, to allow yourself to use the unseen, which is so much part of us, is essential. You cannot become spiritually impoverished. It will ultimately squeeze the life out of you. And I believe if you are in this group, or if you're listening today, you all do have an instinct. I'm not talking about organized prayer. Organized prayer works for many people, and I encourage it. And I don't mean disorganized prayer. I mean, you need to have a spiritual practice. You might sit cross-legged. You might garden. Gardening is a wonderful spiritual practice. Being in touch with plants and animals is absolutely fabulous. My children always say, my father speaks to everyone, and when there's nobody around, animals and plants will do. I've seen him speaking to a tree for hours. He can have a wonderful hug with a tree and discussion with a tree. Of course, the tree never answers back, so he really likes that because he can get to speak more. But we're able to interact with any living being. There was one thing that somebody asked me, how did you get the bee out of your house? And I said, I just went, put my arm around it, and then released it outside. And they said, how come the bee listens to you? I said, the bee doesn't listen to me. I listen to the bee. I don't expect the bee to listen to me. I expect myself to listen to the bee. It's another human being. And can we put on the first page?
Yes.
Interactive screen. Thank you. The one that's further down, further down, further down.
Okay.
Scroll, scroll, scroll.
Yes.
Yeah, that's perfect, perfect. So we are what we invest in. What we invest in grows. If you concentrate only on your problems will have a very dominant aspect in your life. If you concentrate on stress, stress will have an important part in your life. That's why I want not to make stress the enemy. I want to make your attitude of releasing stress the focus. Now, the way most of the Western world is set up is what I have written underneath here. Be 10%, that's existence, being in the present moment, spending time in the center of your being. Just being. I'd say it's arbitrary. All this is arbitrary. I'd say we spend about 10% in the center of our being. We spend about 30% doing external things, manifestation of what we need, the production of what I call being in reality. And then we spend about 60% around what we have. The having can be physical things, our house, our job, our having, bringing things in, taking care of the physical world of things we collect. We don't only collect physical things, we also collect knowledge, by the way. We collect money, we collect knowledge. Some people collect experience. Most of the having is about displacement. It's about our not being in the center. The doing will almost never change because there are certain things we just have to do to get through our day. But the having, most of our being is around having, which is displacement activity, being involved with material things, and what I call living by reflection. I have joy, I have love, I have a good feeling if my house is orderly. Now, I'm not saying the house oughtn't to be orderly, but if you're spending 60% ordering your house and 10% doing, your pyramid is not nurturing you as much as it could. I'm not saying this is right or wrong. I'm giving you a model and I'm offering you to change the focus you have in the model. Eva, could we scroll down to the second part of that page? And thank you for volunteering for being the technical person here. So through consciousness or through an epiphany could be something we went through. If we develop our consciousness, if we have an epiphany, or if we have great shock, death, close death experience, we're shocked because something happens and we lose something, our awareness is increased, we have an awakening, or we have what I call an upgrade experience. Then we realize that being is really what's the most important in life. It's the actual living that's important in life and the being. And if we're ultimately, I go, I'm looking to be 60%, doing 30%, and spending only 10% of my life force on what I have. This is only a model. All my students know of my spaghetti principle. My spaghetti principle says everything is spaghetti in life. What sticks is yours. What doesn't stick isn't yours. That's how we know if spaghetti is ready. You throw it on the wall, and if it sticks, it's ready. So the same with information. If any information sticks, it's yours. It doesn't stick, forget it. Somebody else will tell you something else another time. You'll read a book, you'll see a movie, you'll hear some music, and then you'll get the information in another way. Nothing I ever say is important. The only thing that's important is what you can use. No information is important. I'll say it again. Only what you can use is important. Unless I make you happy, in which case it is important. Joy is the greatest intelligence anybody can ever have. If you know how to be happy, you've solved the mystery of life. In the present moment, nothing airy-fairy, just breathing in and being happy. It's the ultimate. My kids' friends all think that I'm always stoned, which is very funny because I don't touch drugs. I will have alcohol, but I will not touch drugs. And they're always saying, but you're always high. And I go, I most certainly am high. I've had too many near-death experiences not to be high. I go, life is so stimulating. Everything is so wonderful. If I plug myself into life, I am high. And I go, yes, I'm high on living. And I would suggest you put your drugs away and you get high on living because it doesn't cost anything. And it only can make you feel wonderful. Happiness is about plugging into. Nobody can spend their entire life being in happiness and joy. We will always have ups and downs. change is inevitable. And thank goodness. It would be terribly boring if it wasn't. Eva, could we go up to the pyramid part? Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So there are two pyramids that create a polarity in our life. I have headphones that are not really giving me a very good resonance, but never mind. It's a more technical problem. The pyramid of fears is what we avoid. On the top of that pyramid is emptiness and nothingness. We do not like nothingness. We do not like the void. The two underlying things that are most, this is all arbitrary. You can create your own pyramid. I call it the 10 commandments of fear. Emptiness and nothingness gets my big top. Then death and shame. Whatever shames us and whatever is connected to death tends to be avoided. Loss, dependency, loneliness, things we often not very comfortable with, suffering, grief, confusion, and helplessness tend to, anywhere in those 10 things, I find there will always be something that will initiate fear and create an avoidance attitude in me and in many of the people that I work with and know and love. There is no way of avoiding these 10. They will all be in our life, no matter what we do. No amount of spirituality, no amount of possession, no amount of love will wipe out the shadow that any material human being will experience. What we can do is spend very little time in these 10 fear-inducing and shadow cells, and a lot of time in the light. Let's go into the other one. Let's look at the other pyramid. Eva, can we scroll down? Thank you, sweetheart. That's wonderful. Wonderful. A little bit more. Yes. And I want to get the last line as well. Last line. Last line. Yes. Perfect. 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 So I call it the pyramid of meaning. What we gravitate towards. I've tried to put love elsewhere, but love always comes up on top. And when it doesn't, my ex-girlfriend always tells me that I ought to put it on top. And she was always right, so I put it back on top again. So love definitely gets the ultimate thumbs up, reason for living. It gives meaning to everything. And in love, it's really about connection and belonging. Somehow, the love connection and the love belonging, the knowing that somebody else actually thinks of me during the day, oh, well, that's enough to get me through my day. I can do with that. The having people in my heart and having other people belong to my heart, I choose that. They don't even have to know I exist. It's something I do. My loving them is my allowing them to belong to me, or part of them, part of their image, part of their being. Cherishing values is always something that gives me an up. It's always something that reconnects me to life. And relationship, like friendship. And contribution, like exchange or contribution, feeling that I have something to give, feeling that I have something to exchange with somebody else. That always gives meaning to my day. That always gives meaning to any meeting I have. And that's why I'm hoping that we will move to exchange fairly quickly now. Then there's influence, understanding in an empathetic way, joy and control. Control, I mean, control of my bladder, control of my mind, control of my reactions, control of my mouth. To not shoot off my mouth and hurt someone. To not be in careless speech. That's where I'm talking about control, not control in the autocratic way of it. So the three tools I wish to give to you: the 55-minute hour, The second tool is to be one step ahead of the stress, meaning create a strategy now, today, right now, whilst I'm speaking. You don't have to listen to me, just create a strategy, which is being one step ahead of your stress, meaning if you're getting rid of the stress before you know that the stress is there, you're ahead and the strategy is accurate. Stress does not have a color, a smell, or a taste. You only feel it when it hurts you. So the way to deal with stress is not to wait to be burdened down or stressed out or hurt. The way to deal with stress is to be a step ahead and be in de-stress mode. Listen to your body, drink water, walk, create, take time off every single hour of your life. But I sleep 8 hours. I go, so what? If you sleep 8 hours, you have another 16 hours a day that you're on. Instead of taking an hour and a half off to exercise in the gym, if you want to take an hour and a half to exercise in the gym, go ahead and do it. That's wonderful. I approve. If that's something that you choose and is healthy for you. But 5 minutes every hour is worth much more than a concentrated hour and a half. Because what you're doing in those 5 minutes is making de-stressing a conscious choice in your life. And that's brilliant. Because you're acknowledging that you don't know stress until it hurts you. And that's the truth of things. Stress will hurt you. So if you're de-stressing before it hurts you, you're one step ahead. The first tool, a 55-minute hour. The second tool, be a step ahead of the stress. Start de-stressing before the stress hurts you. And the third tool is a very basic psychological tool, which I'm sure all of you know, and hopefully all of you already use. And all I'm going to do is whoosh you to use it more. Clear boundaries. Make your boundaries very clear in your relationships, in the workplace, with your family members, with yourself. Have clear boundaries and respect them. My last story is telling you the etymological meaning of the word paradise. In Hebrew, paradise is Gan Eden. But the etymology of the word in English language, paradise, comes from paradice, which means by 10, by the measure of 10. And if you look back, they say, when you measure out a physical space using the quotient of 10, meaning when everything is made in order and boundaries are respected, you are in paradise. The access to paradise is not a mythical space, but it's to take your actual life, where you live, the relationships you have, the choices you have made, and to superimpose order of paradice or paradise. Make your life paradise. Make order in your life so that you will know who you are, where you are, and how things operate. And to do that, the third rule, which is a golden rule, is respect boundaries. Respect your limits and respect other people's boundaries. It will create order, and it will create a paradisic it will create a paradise paradigm in your life. So those are the three tools.
Thank you so much. Harold, this is amazing. Thank you very much for this amazing download and information. And I stopped the share screening, assuming you're now more into the experiential part. Is that correct? Did you want to do the faces now? And then later we'll have more music, probably with Meira and Jonathan and Jacob. How does that sound, Harold? Did you want to do the experiential body reading now, or do you?
I would be very happy to go to something very personal and direct, and whoever is still willing to be read, I would love to jump in and start doing something specific.
So we have Yvette and Nahmia who volunteered to be part of it.
They might have changed their mind now that they've heard me speak, and they might go, I don't want to have anything to do with that guy. Let him read someone else. So
I'm still fine. I'm still fine.
You're still fine.
Yes.
Oh, good. I want you to say that. I want you to say that when I finish reading you. That's the time I want to hear you say, I'm still fine. I'm still breathing.
Okay, just before you go on, we have 2 more people on the chat who are interested, so we'll see how the time goes. Okay.
Great.
Thank
Yvette, can I get closer to your face, sweetheart? And can I see your ears again? Okay, yeah. Can we do full screen of Yvette?
Yes.
It's you.
Yvette,
I think you have to do it. Each one is personal.
I have to. Oh my
Yes.
goodness! How do I do that?
You go onto the menu to the right. It says view on the top, and then you can choose gallery, speaker, or immersive.
Just forget it. Just click on the speaker view, and then there's a line on the top of all the little
Yes, I've got it.
of everybody, and you just click on it twice.
Thank you, Jonathan. I now have Yvette in 3D. Oh, wonderful. Oh, good. I hope you don't salt your food. I'm speaking to you, Yvette. Yeah.
I do.
It's not your friend. Salt is not your friend. But that's just a side comment.
Okay.
All right. Great. Show me your ears again, sweetheart.
My ears?
Your ears. Yes, your ears. Your ears already I was looking at, but I want to see your ears now. Yeah, great. All right, the other one. Yes. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I don't know if everybody knows this, but you know they used to use fingerprints, and then they did iridological prints, and they're now the greatest development. They're doing ear print. We have a signature ear. Anyhow, in body reading, it's a very important part. Yvette, do you have a question before we jump into strategy?
Yes, that is pertaining to my occupation in terms of job, as to whether from my face you could tell or give me a direction as to what I should be doing.
Is your first language French?
No, it's Greek. I speak French as well.
Kalispera.
Ne, Kalispera.
I lived in Greece for a while, in the Peloponnesos.
Very nice.
Yeah, beautiful. Yes. In a tiny little village called Galaporeka, which apparently has to do with something about milk. Gala is milk?
Yes.
Yes. I know very little Greek, but I love it. I would always ask people to speak, and then they'd say, so what do you think? And I'd go, I didn't understand a word you said. I just enjoyed listening. Great. Curiosity is definitely something that leads you. It's one of your major gifts. Now, face me frontwards, yes. Your signature is about finding your place. It was about finding your place in your family, in a relationship. It's definitely the first thing. finding your place. And in any group, irrespective of which field you choose, your finding your place will always be a primary concern for you. This is not about your self-awareness or about your self-confidence. It has to do with your morphological structure and what your life lesson. The basic matrix is about self-discovery, and your first point in self-discovery is, who am I in this particular place at this particular time? So I tell you this not to expose you. I tell you this to acknowledge that you have a wonderful predestined matrix, which means if you don't take care of knowing who you are, it doesn't matter what you do, because you won't be fulfilling that life need, that answer that you need. Curiosity is definitely a signpost which says, if it's not going to interest you, it's useless for you, absolutely useless. You go from total fascination to total boredom. The fascination, you will never get tired. You can have endless interaction there where you are curious and interested. And in an area where you would say, I don't understand, or I'm not interested, I will say it just isn't something that piques your curiosity. If that happens, you will normally find yourself going, could you say that again? I didn't understand what you said. And it's not that you don't understand, because you have absolutely no lack on the intellectual front. You have a very deep understanding, and you have a very quick mind. In fact, you're one of those people that wait for other people to catch up to you intellectually. So it's not that. It has to do with, if you haven't made the choice to be interested in that subject.
Can I just say one thing, Harold? You disappeared.
Your mind will not get around the subject. So it has to be a choice. Sorry, can you say that again, Eva?
Harold, we just see the tip of your skull. We can't see you. There we are.
Oh, I thought everybody was looking. I thought everybody was looking at Yvette.
No, the people choose if they want to speak of you or not. But it's okay. It'll be nice to see your face. Yeah.
Oh, I thought I chose for everybody. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Oh, so you've been looking at my lovely bald skull. Oh, well, yes.
That's okay.
When people ask me why I look so young, I tell them it's because I dye my hair. And they think I'm being funny, but it's true. I do dye my hair.
All right, continue. Sorry.
Yes. Yvette.
Yes.
In French, the word is susceptible. In English, we say susceptible.
Right.
I wish to use the positive definition. You have a heightened sensitivity, like a cat. This makes for certain situations to be tricky for you. I would choose something where the boundaries are pre-established so that you will feel safe emotionally. For you to ignore that would be a form of not respecting yourself. So you need to choose based on where you feel safe and not, irrespective of whether there is blatant or overt threat. So the first thing, curiosity. The second thing, finding your place. The third thing, a safe place where you are not threatened emotionally. That way, your curiosity will bring in huge amounts of energy. You will be taking care of defining who you are in that relationship, in the work, whatever work you do. And because you won't be threatened, you will be able to use the great extent of your intellectual cognitive capacity. Are we a step nearer?
Yes.
Now, what are the options? You've already thought them out. So you're a step ahead of me. Help me out, Neha. What are the options? Yvette.
Yes.
You have already lived more than half your life. You have already a lot of experience in life.
Indeed. So
you're not a beginner. So what are the options? You already know.
I'm at a place where I'm thinking of making a move in terms of my career. And in the past, I've worked as a healer and as a teacher. And I'm working in a big organization in Jerusalem. Currently working with the members of the organization. But I was thinking today to establish something that I thought has to do with my curiosity, which is I called it sit and talk or walk and talk, which is a service I'm thinking to offer to people, to suggest that I sit with them for 50 minutes and that we talk on anything that comes up to their mind, and that I just listen to them and we have a conversation, either walking together or sitting next to each other.
I love it. It's perfect. Yes, green light. Go for it.
Okay.
Perfect. Perfect. I want to commend you. Now, I'm not your mother, I'm not your father, and we might never see each other again. I hope we do, because I think we're going to have a lot to talk and walk about. But new is not easy for you. Change is not easy for you. I know that morphologically. What you're speaking about now and suggesting is creating something that is in the domain of change. And it is because you have put in your 30 plus years of working and slogging and doing some things that were not accurate for you. So I want to commend you for what you have done. And I want you to acknowledge yourself that you already built the diving board. You already built what you want to do. This is not new for you. This is not, the idea, the format might be new, but the groundwork has taken well over 30 years and you created it, inch by inch. You deserve it, and to not do it would be to do a disservice to you, yet alone to anybody else. I think people will profit greatly for it. You have a wonderful, wonderful way of hearing. You have a lot of space. And I don't care if you never say a word to them, just listening to them and walking with them will already be a healing experience. And it will create space for you. And there's a trip you want to take and you need to take it. I don't need to know where, but you've been planning a trip inside yourself. I'm not sure where it is to go, but it's there. Does that ring a bell?
You mean a trip I want to take?
A physical trip, yes. Go somewhere in the world.
I don't have anything specific in mind.
Okay. I hope it comes up.
Okay.
You deserve to be in an absolutely wonderful place. You give more than you take.
Yes.
No, but I don't agree with that. It's not balanced. So if you want the world to be imbalanced, continue giving more than you take. But if you want balance in the world, then you're going to have to make space and dare to take. That's right. And some people will say no. And some people might give you things that are not appropriate. And you will have to be strong enough and blatant enough to tell them, thank you very much, but this is not what I need or want. I don't think you do that very often.
Yes.
Excuse me, Harold. Here you go. You're back on. Thanks.
As I get emotional with Yvette, I push the screen away, and this is what happens.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Okay.
If I may, you instill trust very easily. I want you to trust your intuition as much as you allow other people to trust you.
Yes.
Of course, this had absolutely nothing to do with stress. And it had everything to do with stress. God bless you. Is there anything else?
No, this covered it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing.
It's absolute pleasure. You
Thank
made
you.
it very easy for me to be with you and read you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more person, and then we'll continue with the program.
Eva, did I take too long? I have a tendency to take too long.
Yeah. Elad, you're kind of lucky because Elad, who was going to be the second speaker, he could not make it today. So if you want to do one more reading, Solomon, and then we'll have music, and then a break, and then anybody else wants to ask questions or sharing, we're welcome to. So we have Solomon from Maui, who is a wonderful, amazing being. So the floor is yours.
Shaloha to all of you on this magical day of 22222.
Mhm.
One more two.
One more two.
222.
2022, lots of twos. But you know, one of the things I wanted to share real quickly is I heard a few days ago that the astrology of this day is similar to the astrology of the American Revolution. So that this is a setup of the same energy of what the American Revolution was. And if you look back at that, that was creating a new government that never existed before. By the people, for the people. It wasn't a kingdom. It was a people, by the people, for the people. So I'm taking this day as a day to people to wake up that we're in a revolution of ideas. We're in a revolution of ways of being. This whole 2 year of COVID thing, we're in a revolution of changing that. So we're in this major revolution on many, many levels. So I just wanted to share that.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing. I really enjoyed everything you said. That was really beautiful.
I have the great advantage of never remembering anything I say. The disadvantage is that I'll end up repeating myself.
Well, that's okay. Sometimes you need to hear things more than once.
Yes. Thank you. That's very sweet. Wow.
They sing Om Namah Shivaya for 25 years in India, and the same one line over and over and over and over. So it's totally amazing to repeat yourself, because that's the only way you really learn what you're talking about for yourself and for others.
But the actual truth is, you never repeat yourself because every moment is a different moment. That's why you can only see a stream in that moment, because the next moment it's different because it keeps moving. And so even if we say things over and over, we get them a different way because we're in a different way. So we're constantly growing. That's my perspective anyway. So
No, the essence of mantras.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Is anybody else?
Yes, Solomon wants to be read. Harold?
yeah,
Solomon.
yeah. Harold, I'm here for you to check me out.
Okay, can you look to your left?
My left is this way.
No, your left is the other way. That's your
I'm
right.
sorry. My left is the other way. Sorry.
Can you lean your head forward a little bit more for me? Oh, great, great.
Like that,
Oh,
okay.
wonderful. Oh, there's an earring. Oh, nice.
Yes, I got that from my mother a long, long time ago.
Now, can we pivot around so I can see your other ear?
Yeah.
And now look straight into the camera. Bring your face down a little. So I can, wow. Wow. Okay. What is your question? First of all, hi.
Aloha, shaloha. I don't really have a
Aloha,
question.
hi.
I'm just open to whatever you want to share with me.
Oh, what do I want to share with you? Oh, what do I want to share with you?
Well, you said several wows, so you must have got some impression right away.
Yes. You have such incredibly deep emotional being inside you. You're a very resonant human being, emotionally, very. You have great antenna, and you push yourself. There we are.
Okay, well, I push myself in the sense that I'm always striving to learn more. So I never overdo it. I never, stress myself out or anything like that. But I push myself in the sense that if I have a goal, I want to reach the goal. So it's like, one foot in front of the other,
I think a key, which probably you already know this, but I'm just telling you something you already know. You balance by being connected to the earth. You must always go back to reconnecting with the earth and using it. When I used to do visualizations, I would go and connect the bottom of the spine with a little bit whatever spoke about going to Mother Earth. You really need to stay rooted, because both your emotional capacity and your attraction to be this cosmic being, because you're kind of a hybrid. You're very physical, and you're very sensual and very emotional, and you're also this cosmic being of going, I want to transcend it all. It's like they both coexist in you.
Yeah.
And when you root, you allow both of them to exist.
Yeah.
So it's like the center, not only of your body, but it's the fulcrum of your scale, which tips either way. And I would say excess is probably very good for you. So I definitely want to acknowledge your having allowed yourself to go way overboard at many times, not just in relationship, but in some of the things that you've done and some of the experiences you've allowed yourself. And I would say, yes, you are not a timid being. And yes, timid is not the way you need to tiptoe through life. Yes, keep making splashing and noise and music. And yes, shout in the wind, because that is definitely part of your way.
Everything you said is exactly true.
Well, it's only true because it echoes in you, but your body will never lie. And
yeah.
I love it. I hope you allow yourself to cry, as I can imagine that you're able to, because it's a vital in French we say exutoire. It's a jettisoning obligation you have.
Yeah.
Because of your deep emotional capacity, you must empty yourself.
Yeah, I have had moments of sadness and let myself just cry. And so, yeah, I am able to do that. So yeah, thank you. That's very valuable.
I didn't only think of it as sadness. I actually think of it in happiness too. I would allow myself
I have
to cry
that.
from
I've had
happiness.
that. Yeah,
Yes,
definitely. Moments of such joy that tears flowed. Yes, definitely.
Perfect. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I'm a very exuberant, full of life kind of guy. And I live on the land. So I'm on the earth every day. So I live in the jungles of Hawaii. And right now I'm doing this project of clearing land. So I'm literally pulling weeds out by the roots. And so I have a spiritual practice is that I'm doing that on the land. I'm doing it in my soul. I'm pulling out the parts of me that I don't need anymore, right? So as I'm yanking on these weeds and getting the roots out in my soul, I'm pulling out the parts of me that aren't me so that my goal is to be my highest potential, and I support other people in that also.
So I think we only met so you could invite me to Hawaii. That's really.
Oh, please, you're more than welcome.
This is just the pretext. We're just flirting online so that I can get an invitation to Hawaii, guys. This has nothing.
You're more than welcome to come to Maui.
I'm not really reading Solomon. I'm just pretending to, so that we can, if I can get an invitation to come over and pull up roots with him.
Well, yes, and the good news is Israel is opening up, so I can come visit Israel again because I haven't been there in 2 years. So I just got a whole thing that Israel's changing their letting people into the country in March.
Yeah.
So that's exciting to me because I haven't been able to be there in 2 years. So
I want to say something. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go.
I met Harold first time at the Dead Sea with my friend.
Ah.
And you and I, Solomon, we went to the Dead Sea.
That was our first journey together was to the Dead Sea. That's right.
And we hope you come back to Israel. It would be wonderful to have you.
God willing, yes. Hopefully to be there for the High Holy Days, if not sooner.
Yes.
Thank you, Harold, for your sharing. I appreciate that. It was really
may I make the invitation a double whammy? So I invite myself to Maui and you invite yourself to Akko. Akko is much older than Jerusalem.
Ah.
Akko is 5,100 years old, and people have been living there for that entire time.
Wow.
Yeah,
I had no idea. Okay.
It's the oldest city within the confines of the national so-called territory.
Right, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize it was that old. Okay.
It is, yes.
Okay.
17 layers of. Eva, what now?
So here's the scoop. We have two people who wanted to come on, but they had to get off. So we have the idea now to do a wonderful musical interface, like interlude. And then Jacob, the French, also is French. You could do it in French. He would like to be read by you if you have the energy and people still are interested in staying around. If you have any other questions, let us know or chat us or wave your hands. And after that, we'll open up the Zoom for everybody. And so far, that's the schedule. Would that work, Harold, for another reading after the music?
I want to tell you what my son always says when people meet me and then they go, I say something and then they go, oh, and then my son says, within the first 3 seconds, he already scanned you. It's too late now, even if you hide behind the tree. He's already seen you. It's too late. You can't hide. Yeah, but it's not work for me. It's like opening up a book and reading it. We're all. I believe everybody reads. By the way, it's just how much we develop it. We all read all the time. Everybody has so much information. Yeah, I would love to.
Okay,
where is
great.
our Frenchman?
So they want to play a little music, and then the Frenchman will put his face in front of your highness.
He has to do it before the music, but I don't know, whatever you think.
Oh, you want to do it before the music?
Music, maestro, por favor.
So I'm moving and I'll be back. Okay.
do this one.
Okay,
I'm just gonna
so
open the other one.
Jacob, he is a pianist from Paris and lives in Jerusalem many years. And Jonathan, our co-host, will be doing a duet with him on guitar, acoustic guitar.
Yay! The bells.
The bells.
So I play like that you can see me. Okay. Hello everybody, a lot of blessings for everyone and thanks for your attention. Hashem Oevotchem.
I just tell you 2 words about this song. It's called Babalu Ayeh. Babalu Ayeh means father of the earth. And it's from a tribe in Nigeria, the second biggest tribe, the Yoruba tribe. And they say Babalu Ayeh is their... there you go. Yeah. Babalu Ayeh is the Father Earth. So we're used to say our Mother Earth or Mother Earth. And you know who said that female or male can be decided for something as big and complex as the Earth itself. So it's very nice to have that little bit of perspective. Okay. Oh, thank you. So it's basically a prayer for for Father Earth, and with a lot of gratefulness for all the angels and entities that are guiding us and escorting us on our journey, relating to the entities in this culture. They're entities that are in charge of different aspects of nature. So, so there is Babaluaya is the Father Earth. Yemaya is the mother of the salty water, the oceans. Oshun is the mother of the sweet waters. Juramidam is the father of the forest. They have just entities for pretty much every aspect of nature you can think of. And Babaluaya is like the center of materialism in a way, you know, because it's the Father Earth, so it contains all of them together. But then they have also Oshala, which is the Mother Sky. So usually we used to say our Father in heaven and Mother Earth, but in this culture it's the other way around. They have the Father Earth and the Mother in the sky, which is it gives such a completion to the idea that we're holding on to in this sense, like that there's something in the sky and something in the earth, but it's not female or male, it's both. And it's totally great and wonderful to relate to the female of the earth or the male of the earth, and the other way around too, the father or the mother in the sky. It's absolutely beautiful just to experience and relate to both of them. Oh, toda raba. You want to do another one? You guys want another song? Yeah, you play another song. Okay. So this song is it's about beige flow, which is the most beautiful way to say it, in my opinion, in my perspective. The beige flow is the hummingbird in Portuguese. So they have a way to say it in English. They say hummingbird. It's a bird and it hums. Okay, it's like a fly or something. Pretty cool. It's special. In Hebrew, it's yonek hadvash, which means the one that drinks the honey, or that sort of like breastfeeds on the honey, kind of yonek hadvash. And then in Portuguese, it's the most beautiful because it's beija flor. It means kissing the flower. So there's a lot of shamanic ancient legends in the Amazon relating to the beija flor and how it's informed the shamans there how to mix up certain plants and create all kinds of medicine that help people. And just following them around and seeing what they're doing and learning how to, because there are like literally millions and millions of kinds of plants that you can use in the jungle, in the Amazon. So how would they know which ones are good to use, good to mix? So there's a lot of legends involved with the beija flor, with the hummingbird, that he's a guide for a lot of the shamans to discover all kinds of truths and useful facts about plants in the jungle. So it's very interesting. So we sing this song. It's called Meodosi beija flor, and it means my sweet hummingbird. Evo,
número si beija-flor. Bailar, vou bailar com amor. Bem leve, número si beija-flor. Curar, vou me curar, eu vou curar com amor. No brilho dos olhos, no meu doce beija-flor.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. Love it.
The song was good or not so good? Because perhaps we play not bad, but perhaps you understand, listen very badly because the technology is not perfect, you know. So what do you say? Who wants to answer the first? Nobody?
You guys could hear the singing, the guitar, the piano was okay. That's good.
Okay, great. All right. So thank you very much, and we'll see if Harold has more energy. And
yes, let
Jacob will sit here,
yeah.
and you want to sit? How about you sit here? Okay. Did anybody want to say anything before we do the last reading? Okay.
Any questions?
And we were just asking everybody just to check in. Okay.
Any questions? Does anybody have a question?
Before we do the reading with Jake.
Before or after anything? Okay, no questions. Okay, I have a question.
Okay, Harold, shoot.
No. I'm not going to ask myself a question. That would be redundant. That would be silly. Good.
Maybe you can ask somebody else a question. It's okay. You're allowed to ask. No, seriously, Harold, what is
Okay, Jonathan, we have to do musical chairs here because Jonathan has a question.
Okay.
No, I don't have a question.
I
want to hear yours. I want to hear your question, Harold. If you have a question.
You speak Brazilian or Portuguese?
No, I don't speak. No.
Neither Brazilian.
But I speak some Spanish and I sing about. I think I have about 200-300 songs in Portuguese. I wrote a couple also in Portuguese.
200-300 songs in Portuguese.
Yeah, that I play. Yeah.
With Portuguese words.
Yeah.
So of course you speak Portuguese.
No, I don't. I really don't, because they're very particular about transformation and healing and consciousness. So it's kind of like I have an angle of this aspect of Portuguese. You know? Yeah.
Nice.
Yes. Yes. But it's a very beautiful language, very special.
We agree. We definitely agree.
Yeah.
Good.
So yeah, but do you have a question? That was your question? Serious?
That was my only question.
Okay.
I know I have about 500 other questions, but not for here. Okay. Not for here, not for now. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. So
bless you, Harold. You're awesome. You're awesome.
You're amazing. Thank you.
I love listening to you. It's beautiful. I'm going to listen to the recording again.
Okay. Harold, where do you come from?
Oh, so
which planet do you come from?
So somebody does have a question. Yeah. Yes, planet Mother.
Planet what?
Mother.
Mother.
Yes.
I come from planet Father, so we
Father.
Okay.
Planet Mother and Father, right. One second. Let's get rid of this. Good. Okay.
Okay. So Jacques is open to be read and he knows French. It would be easier for you both to do it in French, but we want to understand. So can you do it in English, please?
Of course.
Yes.
Jacques, do you mind that we speak in English?
I don't mind at all. I love to improve my English. I'm a French, very open mind.
Deux francophones qui font un petit effort pour les anglophones.
Voilà, et j'aime les anglophones qui font un gros effort pour les francophones.
Voilà, exact. Exact. C'est ma langue maternelle, l'anglais, donc c'est facile.
But for everybody, it's not difficult. Yes,
perfect.
Better to speak.
Do you have a question, Jacques?
Like you, I've got 500 questions. I don't know if it's a good place to speak about them.
Definitely, choose one.
Choose one. This is not the best exercise for me, actually. What I should do in my life, actually, it's a very difficult question because it's my free will. I've got my free will. Each of us, we've got life and we've got free will from God. But sometimes it's very difficult to do the good choice. So I want to know what you think, which field I should explore more than other fields. And if my just place is, I'm sure that is with us, with you. But what else? What do you? It's an open question. If you can answer the 500 questions I didn't mention now because I don't have time, but if you can answer them in a good summary, I would be very happy.
Okay, I'll do it quickly.
You're free. Yes. You're free to speak. You're free to analyze what you want to analyze.
Yes, yes, no, maybe. Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no. Yes, yes. Yeah. How many we did? We've done 20 yet?
Mhm. No,
Okay, let's go back to basics.
you want without or with glasses?
Yes,
Without?
yes. Either way, that's good. Can you see me?
Not,
We see
no,
half of your
half of
face.
your face. I can't analyze you, but I'm not a specialist. So
Can you hear me without your glasses on?
yes.
Okay.
Should I leave the scene, Harold?
No, that's you. Don't disturb at all, Eva. Not at all.
Okay.
Thank you. That was very sensitive of you to ask.
Mm.
You think too much. But you know that already. It's good you came to Jerusalem. You live in Jerusalem?
Yes.
Do you also do physical work, or you only use your mind and your emotions and your spirit?
No, I do a lot of physical work, but I'm not the same age than 20 years ago. So I want to do the same. It's difficult, but I would like to continue, but it's difficult. I mean physical, I'm very active physically here. But I would like to make sport better because I'm not practicing a sport like I should. And that's why I'm stressed a little because I'm adapting myself to bring a service for the others. And without protecting, like you told about that at the beginning of your lecture, you spoke about protecting the physical aspect of our person, emotional aspect, and intellectual aspect. And I think I'm not putting enough my personal life because I try to live in this world with this system, and this system is not the best, of course, but we do with what we have. If I can answer like that.
Oof. There are a couple of things that come up. I think for you, less is definitely more. I think you overload. I sense that you're, it's funny. At the same time, I think you are wary. You are careful. And at the same time, I think you're also reckless. I think I can translate it into French, Eva, if you need translation.
Okay, a little bit, yes.
You are careful, tu prends soin tu es un peu frileux parfois et tu vérifies, et vraiment tu passes les choses par un cible, vraiment tu vérifies, tu vas au fond. Et parfois, tu es tellement laissé aller, tu prends n'importe quoi à l'intérieur, tu fais n'importe quoi. C'est vraiment très vaste l'écart entre Jacques qui est prudent et Jacques qui est parfois, même pas d'une manière minimale, vigilant par rapport à ce qu'il est apte ou pas apte. Which translated means you sometimes do use your great intelligence and sometimes you're so lazy. You're so neglectful of how fragile parts of you are. I don't think you accept your fragility. I don't think you like that part of yourself. And I don't think I think you don't mind being sensitive, but I don't think you like being fragile. And I think parts of you are fragile.
If I can tell you something, I don't care about to be fragile. I care about to be fragile in a difficult context. Fragility for me is not a problem. I mean, it's a generosity to offer our fragility, but it's difficult when you are in a context that when you are fragile is not interpreted the same way you interpreted it because you're wise man. But you understand what I mean? It's sometimes we don't want to show our fragility because it's not the best we can do in the context, social context or economic context or
I have no problem with your showing your fragility. On the contrary, I think that's actually very beautiful.
Yes, for you, yes, but for it's not all the people are not the same.
Of course not, but your question was, how do I orient my choice of where to? You have to be physical. You have to be in the physical world. You are so drawn to deconnect and detach and fly. It's like almost as if you took time off, what you would like to do is fly. Almost. I don't say you do.
No, for music, you're right. I can play music all the time and fly with my music, but I also like to make concrete things. I mean, I like to cook. I like to make some physical effort. I like to build things. But I also I'm very sensitive to the political and social aspect of the thing, because if I do something, I have to connect the things I'm doing in the purpose of the things I'm doing. You understand? If not, I'm not connecting enough. No, it's funny because you think I'm thinking too much.
It is.
Yes, but there is the opposite. There is a people. There is also men that doing what another man told him to do it without knowing what he's doing, and after he just realized 50 years after that he's just building atomic bomb, and he's going to destroy humanity. But it's too late.
That's not you. And
it's
that
not
will
me.
Not
No,
be
it's not
you.
definitely not
and it
me.
will not be you.
Yes.
And it will not be you. I have no. You won't build an atomic bomb unless you choose to. Nobody will ever get you to make an atomic bomb.
Yes.
But I'm not sure that you will respect all of Jauques.
I agree.
I think compromise doesn't sit well with you. So physical, definitely. You answered me. So thank you. You said you like to cook. Do you make bread?
I did my bread the last 2 weeks ago with kusmin, with common kusmin.
Yes. Buckwheat.
Okay, buckwheat. Buckwheat, and it was a success. I was very happy.
Quite honestly, I don't care what you make bread out of, but if you make bread, it's definitely good for you. Definitely. So you can worry about what you put into the bread and how long and what you rise it with, and la levure, et c'est biologique, et tu fais. You can do all that, and I respect your choice. I'm giving you information that bread is a healthy thing for you to make because of its simplicity. I love it when you agree to be simple, because you have so many choices, and you will always have so many choices. In fact, even when you're dying, there will be so many choices for Jauques. Most people, it'll be yes or no, and you, it will be yes and no, but the encyclopedia comes with it. So I'm not quite sure of which way I'm going to die now, and what are the political overtones of my death, and who's going to profit and who isn't, and why are the children arguing?
You're right.
Do you have children yet?
Tell the truth. Well, whatever. Don't say you want to have children.
The truth, I would like to tell the truth. The truth is, perhaps we can speak, it's a difficult subject, but...
Tu veux parler de ta sexualité, c'est ça?
Non, ma sexualité n'a pas de problème. Si tu veux, j'ai juste eu un enfant avec une femme qui m'a utilisé, quoi. Bon. J'ai eu une relation avec une femme que je ne désirais pas il y a quelques années et qui, en une fois, a réussi à se faire un enfant.
Est-ce que c'était un vol de semences?
On pourrait qualifier ça de vol de
Pour
semences.
toi, je demande uniquement
Pour moi,
ton
oui.
interprétation.
Oui.
C'est l'unique interprétation
Ah,
qui
mais
me...
complètement.
D'accord.
Surtout la
Est-ce
personne.
que tu es content que tu as un enfant qui est dans ce monde?
Eh bien, j'aimerais bien être content si je pouvais jouer mon rôle de père et si je pouvais surtout avoir une stabilité, parce que la stabilité, c'est quelque chose d'essentiel pour moi.
Est-ce qu'elle te laisse voir ton enfant?
Elle est très perturbée, cette femme. C'est une femme qui
Je
est
te
très...
demandais si elle te laisse voir. Je n'ai pas besoin de savoir si elle est perturbée, si elle a 3 oreilles et 2 narines ou 6 narines, ça ne m'intéresse pas. Je veux savoir si tu peux voir l'enfant, oui
Alors,
ou non. Actuellement.
Actuellement, je pourrais, si je fais la démarche, à condition de payer pas mal d'argent, à mon avis. Mais je pourrais la voir.
Un cours de justice pour le faire installer par la loi.
Il y a déjà une
Tu veux
justice.
dire ADN et tout le reste et
Non,
compagnie?
non, j'ai déjà fait un test. J'ai déjà fait un test. Et je suis bien le père. Je suis le
Est-ce
père.
qu'elle voudra que tu sois un père réel de ton enfant?
Je ne sais pas ce qu'elle veut exactement, mais elle m'avait proposé presque de me marier, de se marier avec moi.
Ça
Et
sera une erreur.
oui, bien sûr, ça c'est totalement une erreur, mais elle m'a demandé aussi soit de m'occuper de l'enfant, mais à ce moment-là de payer une pension, soit de ne pas faire du tout de pas avoir de relation, de contact avec l'enfant, mais en réalité, elle m'a demandé, enfin, elle m'a dit qu'elle voulait pas d'argent, mais effectivement, elle a fait une demande pour avoir de l'argent. Et j'ai appris récemment qu'il y avait une décision de justice qui a été rendue il y a déjà 3 ans, 3 ou 4 ans, pour dire que je devais payer de l'argent. Mais pour l'instant, je n'ai toujours pas payé parce que je n'ai pas été, on va dire,
Okay.
voilà.
Can I just interject? If you speak in French, it will make us disconnect.
Yes,
Yeah,
well,
so-
in English, it's a very good, very simple.
But,
No.
It's something very personal. What I spoke now,
It's
that's
okay.
what it was
that's
in French.
okay. That's good between you
Yes,
two.
okay.
So
Let us put it aside. So
Okay.
let's start.
part of the routing,
Mhm.
I spoke to Solomon about routing, but you need your structures need to be simple. You already have a master's in complication. Now you need to get a master's in simplification. T'as un DEA, t'as une maîtrise, tu as un doctorat en complication. Maintenant, tu dois avoir un doctorat en simplification. Simple structures. You have so many choices. You're a rich man.
Bezrat Hashem.
You need to cash in the richness by making it simple and practical.
Amen.
You're not practical. You live in a substrata, not in the physical world. We need to get you back in the physical world. Simple, Jack. Jack. Bajak. Jack. Bajak. Jack. Make it simple. Jack be nimble. Jack be quick. Jack jump over the candlestick.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Simple. You have so many colors. Are you attracted to Joseph and the amazing Technicolor coat? Joseph, who had the coat of many colors, do you see yourself wearing the coat of many colors?
C'est facile?
Can.
Okay.
You have so many colors.
My personal clothes?
No, we're not talking about your clothes.
My aura?
Metaphorically.
Okay.
The prism of light, when you take light and you put it through a prism, it breaks up.
Yes.
Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet.
Prism.
You're always in prismatic sight, prismatic feeling, prismatic playing. You're looking at the different colors. You're enjoying them. You're a hedonist in that respect. You love the multiplicity of life. It's so rich for you.
That's true.
And you are a very rich man. But now what you need to do is bring the colors together to make one beam of light so you can put it into one thing that will be yours completely and not split up. It's the unification. You have already diverse. Now we have to unify. We have to unify, Jack, simply back into the full white light where all the colors will be there, but they'll be unified.
Beautiful.
It's your agreement. And then it doesn't matter where you go because you'll have a beam, you'll be the beam of light and you'll bring light to wherever you go. So it's definitely simplicity, definitely making bread, definitely being in reality. Make things simple. If it's simple, say yes. If it's not simple, say not today. Except your music.
Exactly what happened today. It was very complicated. And I say, I did a burnout, you know. I just didn't choose anything. It's not very good, but I say stop. But life, you know, choose sometimes for you, make you in the obligation to make choices.
But I don't think that's good for you to have life choose for you. I think you're too much of an individual to allow to live comfortably with life's choices. You have a very strong personality, Jacques. I'm not the first person to tell you that. You know that yourself. When you look in the mirror, you know you're a strong personality. You have opinions about everything. You have a position about everything. It's part of your richness. It's beautiful. Embrace it. Why fight it? It's beautiful. Now just unify so you can use it. So you can use it to your advantage. You're using your talent against yourself. It must be exhausting. Just unify it so you don't make it easy. And I don't think black's a good color for you at all. It would make a big donation to Gemach of black.
It's blue. It's blue. It's not black. It's blue.
Yeah, but it's a too dark blue. It's much too dark.
Because the technology is not enough strong to show all the color, but it's blue.
I make an agreement with you.
Yes.
After your second child has his bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah, you can wear dark colors again. Until then, wear light colors. Wear bright colors, wear light colors. Embrace the higher vibrations of color. Do not use darkness.
Okay.
Darkness is, yes.
Voilà.
Ah, look at that wonderful.
I'm very practical, you know.
Yes, yes. Some people can wear black and it's fabulous.
The new Jack is coming now.
I can see you going into the secondhand store and going, what do you have with bright colors in my size? And walking out looking like, I don't know, like a rainbow.
Okay, I feel already better.
Good.
Thanks. I want to say thank you, Harold, because you're very perspicacious and you've got, you can analyze very deep.
I have a very big mouth.
And you have a very big intuition also and capacity to analyze, ability to analyze. So thanks for your attention, everybody, because it was focused on me and I didn't want so much. I didn't prepare that. It's a surprise for me and I appreciate it. I wish you a good continuation for this event.
Thank you very much.
Now the president of the ceremony.
And I just have something to tell you, which has nothing to do with anything we spoke about. If you go into the YMCA and you go into the auditorium, on the stage is a beautiful German piano, which has absolute beauty. You're playing on a Ukrainian piano there.
I was there once, and I did a movie from a friend of mine, a very good pianist, Eliyahu Zabali, Zichrono Libracha. He was playing a very beautiful.
And he played that piano.
He played that piano. He's a very first-class level pianist, and he played the composition of a friend of mine, Ilan Chouraki. And I was doing the video captation for the event.
Well, I want to invite you to go and play the piano on stage. So just go into the auditorium, find your way. And when I'm in Jerusalem, I'll take you. I know how to get in there through the back door. Whenever all the doors are locked, I know how to get in. I know I used to work in the YMCA. I know the back walls.
Wow.
So you need to play the piano. I think you will love it.
I will, I'm sure. Thanks very much, Harold. And a lot of blessings and protection, everybody. Be blessed. Everybody listening, be blessed. Thanks for your attention.
Eva,
Thank
over to
thank
you, sweetheart.
Okay, Harold. Okay. Thank you so much for your energy to keep going.
I have a song that I want to play with Yaakov because of what you said to him. And I love it. It's so beautiful what you said to him. You narrated into such a good summary of what he needs to hear. It's beautiful, really. Thank you, Harold. And you want to play this song with me? This song is called Shine, and it's in English. It's in English. I prepared the chords for you, Yaakov, also.
Yeah,
Huh? Oh, your glasses, yeah.
yes.
You took them off.
I don't know what.
Hello to everybody.
Hey, Barak, how you
Barak,
doing?
hello.
This is actually also for you, Barak, because this is a song that I record with your wife a long time
I love
ago.
this song.
Yes, you know, of course you know this song.
So Barak, will you share with us also something?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Happy special day for everyone.
Oh, happy
Wow.
special day. This is very good. You know
In your jacket that you took off? No?
It was here. I was there and I put.
okay, right here. Right
Ah,
here.
thank you.
There you go. Last of
Shining. I was going to
Shine.
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 I'm going to shine.
Yeah. Let the spirit awaken within. Let the infinite knowledge flow through. Let the spirit awaken within. Let the infinite knowledge flow through. Let us grow and expand in all the directions. Let's be carried by truth to our destination. Let us grow and expand in all the directions. Let's be carried by truth to our destination. So shine, shine like the stars that we are, breaking through illusion and emerging anew. We all shine, shine like the star that you are. Shine at me what's real, and let I shine with you. Here in the moment, reflecting the now, being active and still, the light shows the how. Being here in the moment, reflecting the now, being one in its peace with our transformation. Being called for the shift of our generation. Being one in its peace with our transformation. Being called for the shift of our generation. Being one in its peace with our transformation. shine like the stars that we are, breaking through illusion and emerging anew. We all shine, shine like the star that you are. Shine at me what's real, and let I shine with you. Giving back to the earth our gifts and affection. Giving Gaia the care she pours onto us. Giving back to the earth their gifts and affection. Giving Gaia the care she pours onto us. Giving healing intention both out and in. Giving strength to the one where the love can begin. Giving healing intention both out and in. Giving strength to the one that love can begin. So shine, shine like the stars that we are. We're breaking through illusion and emerging anew. We all shine, shine like the star that you are. Shine at me what's real, and let I shine with you. Shine, shine like the stars that we are. We're breaking through illusion and emerging anew. We all shine, shine like the star that you are. Shine at me what's real, and let I shine with you. Oh.
Shining, shine. Nice.
So it's a perfect transition. This is a continuation of a beautiful blessing, Harold, you gave to Jacob, to Yaakov. And it's also connecting us to our beautiful friend from Adama village in the north of Israel, right next to Nahariya, Barak.
Hey, hi everybody. My baby is crying, so I'm coming back soon. I'm going to put him to sleep and I come back.
Okay, so yeah, we can do something.
Great. Well, thank you. That was a beautiful song. I loved it. Thank you. You wrote it?
Yeah.
He has written so many songs. It's amazing.
It's sort of like a three-way process, because first you allow, you receive, and then you just be, and then you give. So that's how it is in life. First, you have to receive. It's a really, really interesting concept, you know. First of all, receive. Afterwards, just be, and then you can give. Because if you haven't received and you haven't been and experienced what you received, you can't give yet. You're not ready for it yet. So, and then shine, just shine, you're beautiful. We're shining together, you know, and we shine individually. And yeah. So this is the intention of the song.
Yeah, and everything we do from now on has an impact. Wherever we go, whatever we do, even going to the supermarket and seeing a tired person working behind the cashier, just giving them a smile, just standing there and without even sometimes saying anything or doing anything, just sending them love will make them feel better. We do have the ability to affect each other. We're all going to be becoming more and more collective. So the more we raise the vibration individually with others, the more pods are happening. And it's like small drops. They make small little pods of water, and then they become pools and then rivers in the ocean. And that's where we're at now. This is so important to come together and share our visions, how we can have a fantastic future, also for the children to come. We need them to lead the way, right? So all the things we can do together is so important. Thanks for being here. And while we're waiting for Barak, talking about children, he had to take care of his children. Oh, here he is. Okay. The floor is yours, Osher. And Harold, is anything? Osher. Barak is married to Osher. So Harold, before we start with Osher, I just want to say thank you for all the amazing readings you've done so far. And if you're here at the end, we will love to hear more from you. But you need to go to bed. Yes. And your son is waiting.
I don't need to go to bed, but the people live in this room and I'm taking up their room.
Oh my God. Okay.
Every time they come and they open the door, they switch the light off. That people keep coming in here. Nobody knows that I'm here, and they sort of discover this guy sitting in somebody else's bed. It's kind of strange. I need to clear out here so the person who needs to go to sleep can.
Okay.
And I promised I would study with my son. Thank you so much. I love the interaction. Let's have more. Be in touch with me. Yes?
Yes, we'll be in touch. God bless you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for being the light to all of us. Amen. Thank you. Okay.
Harold.
Bye. You said bye to Harold. Yes. Thank you, Agnesia. Okay, Barak.
So, hi everybody.
Shalom.
So, first of all, wow, it's the first time I hear this song with the piano. It's really amazing with the piano. You should do. It's really nice. Okay, so maybe there are many projects going on now, world, but I started to be part of a project that I will be happy to talk about it. It's a growing community of people who are talking about the law of the living man. I don't know how many of you heard about that, but more and more people are awakening, and they say, hey, listen, we are sons of God, of the spirit, of the nature, of Mother Earth. We don't agree to be governed. We don't agree to governments. Yes, we agree to communities. Yes, we agree to people take responsibilities. Yes, we agree to many things that are going on, but we understand that something went wrong long time ago, and the community and the family and the people who took responsibility took it. It's been taken from them. It's been ruled, but by people that they don't show us that they rule us, and we started to be slaves. And how do we know that we are slaves? Because we are missing out. We don't have the prosperity. We don't have the abundance that there is in the nature, and all the wars around us, and everybody's struggling, and the law is just getting more and more difficult. You have to pay for everything and to show everything to the government. And like, even if you bring something by mail, you have to do custom for it. It went wrong, and now there is a big growing community of people we are saying stop. We don't want it. And I want to talk about one community. The basic, some people are saying, okay, we are sons of God and nature. We deserve to have all this earth. It's ours. We don't need to pay 1 million, like, or let's say 1 million shekel for 1 dunam of land. It's ours. We don't have to pay for the water, for the electricity. So some people are saying we want to get disconnect from the government. But I want to talk about one community that are doing it from the law. This is very interesting. They found out that you can get disconnect from the law by using the law itself. So the law is built like that you can legally disconnect yourself. And this is interesting because like it's talking about, it's not talking about, we do what we want. They are starting to do some tzeadim, like some how do you say this, Yoni?
Steps.
Some steps, yeah, to get themselves legally disconnected. And it's very interesting what's going on there and how the law is built. It was built from the beginning, the Roman law, and now they are starting to do it, and now there start to be results. Like I can give an example. Like now, when a policeman give you a ticket, so they started to understand, they started to read the grammar of the law, and this ticket is written like maybe only you can help me translate it, like shtar chov, like a bill, you know, like a bond, right? Like a bond. It's like a bond. It's written like a bond, like from the commercial law. And now what's happening? That the policeman is writing his name on the top, and then he's writing all the stuff, and then in down he write the amount of the money, and he give you to sign this. So people they stop signing it, and then what they do, they take this note, they take this bond, and they send it in a legal grammar to not to the police, not to the judge, to the Yauques HaMishpati, which means like the counselor of the
counselor.
Yeah. They send him. Yeah, they send him in a private letter, in a private letter, and they tell him, listen, this policeman gave me a bond. He wrote my name, but I don't want to be a trustee of this bond. Please, if he wrote his name, he can pay it. I don't want to pay it, and please don't contact me, only by mail. And it started to work. Like the people get the ticket are getting canceled, and they didn't even say the story, we did that, we didn't do that. It's only they cancel it by grammar. And it's a little bit hard to explain on one. I gave this example, but it's built on that many years ago, some people who were ruling the world, who were manipulating money, they understood that they cannot overcome the laws of karma. They cannot take the freedom from people. But what they did, they understood that they can manipulate people to give them from their will the power of this freedom. So they built a whole system of grammar and law, okay? And this grammar gets people to give the abundance, to give the freedom by volunteering, but because they don't know. Like I can give other, and it's all in the grammar, you know, like in the English grammar, it's built like spells, you know. This is the English. That's why those people most of all want English to be the language of the world, because English, if you are not if you are not awake enough, you can use it very badly against you, like spells. That's why you say, like, how do you spell this word? This word, you know, it's all spells. And like they start to understand that in this law, in this grammar of the law, there are many spells. Like, let's say, if a policeman come to you and he tells you, okay, listen, you did this, that. Do you understand? So understand, when you say yes, you mean that you stand under him. The bond is that you are standing under. And all the English, many laws are written like this. All the so I want to say I'm watching this community from the side, and now they start to have some real results, and it's very interesting because many, I feel that we've been lying to, and they take the lands from us. The land is ours, you know, the water is ours, and we are living in a world of abundance. Everything is abundant here, and it's been taken from us, and they give us a little bit by little bit. That's why everybody is so sick, is so, you know, fighting each other. Everybody, a lot of people get connected to their bad sides. Yes, because they live a hard life, you know. Because I'm asking people and they tell me, you know, but people are ruining the world. People are bad. People are fighting. People are raping. People are this. But yes, this is the situation now, and this is why it's gonna take a long time to cure it, and a long process. But I want to remind you what I believe, at least, that people got bad and got rapists and got this because they had hard time. Because all the abundance was taken from them. And that's why they had more easily, they could connect to their bad sides. So yeah, now there's a big community who's trying to bring back this what's ours, you know, what's the people, and we will have a long, even when we get this, when we get all this abundance back, we're still gonna have a lot of things to do to cure it. And that's why we are here. We will have to take this abundance, and we will have to do some changes, and to help people, and to show the way, and to lead the way, and for that. So this is a very exciting time for us. What I want to say.
I have friends in Sweden who talk about that a lot. They call it the common law.
Yeah.
Yeah, that the citizens need to take charge of different aspects and really investigate if this is really legal, and this whole system that's built. So yeah, I'm glad that it's happening in Israel too. Slowly we need to find out what our rights are, and how we can protect ourselves in certain situations.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, you know, because it's been built on our mind from generations, that it's okay that there is a policeman. It's okay that somebody is coming. It's okay that we are afraid. It's okay that we have to go with the identity card all the time on us. No, it's not okay. We are human, you know, we are like, we are children of this earth. need to have our freedom, and it's getting worse. And you know, in the last 2 years, you see that the direction, you see it many years, but you see more and more the direction. All the free energy is been stolen. All the free energy has been captivated from these people. You know, these people, they make money how much they want to make money. You know, they print money. The money is not their, it's not what they trade. It's like the matrix. They trade on us, on our actions. Because if you're going to take $1 million and you will ask this 1 million, you put on this phone, this $1 million, this phone will not move from here to here. But if you pay a man $20 and you tell him to move this from here to here, this will move. So the real money is our actions, is our art, is our behavior. You know, this is the real money, and this is what this 1% are trading on us. And we have to break this illusion, you know, to start to say, listen, we don't agree to this. Now, my wife and I, we have a son, he's 1.5 years old, and we didn't write him in the you know, in the offices of the country. We are breaking off. We're saying stop to this. We don't agree with this anymore.
Wow.
I don't care, you know. It's like for me, I love this community who are trying to find the legal way to do it, because they say something nice. They said, we already have this world, we already built so many things physically, mentally, generation and under generation. It's good to have a bridge. I also believe in this. It's good to have a bridge. So we take it gently, you know, we break it off gently. That I love it, you know, like I always remind myself that the bad things are very like this with the good things, like with the good people. So if we want to break it, we have to do it gently as much as we can, you know. But yes, but we have to be also firm and to start to understand what kind of people we want to be, what kind of humanity we want to be, what kind of who we want to lead the way, you know. All this many not good people in the governments and all these things.
Also Chavlei Mashiach. It's also things need to get really bad before it can shift.
Yeah.
So it's
you know, one time I was walking in the train station and this guy is jumping on me and he tell me, you are the Mashiach. So I told him, okay, you know what? If I'm the Mashiach, first thing that I'm doing you the Mashiach also, and everybody else. Now what you gonna do? You know?
Yeah.
So this is what we need. We need to find our own Messiah inside of us. You know what? Also, I think it's good to find your own cook and which mechanic you are and everything, but also like what kind of Messiah that you are.
Bread for Shabbat.
Yeah, for sure, because you know, also the Messiah, he needs to do laundry and to eat bread, so you know. Yeah. So it's time to wake up. Really, it's time to wake up. And this meeting, like you are doing now, and you are doing this pulse each month. It's all these small things are you know, coming together.
Right.
And we should, like this, remind ourselves to do this movement.
Amen.
To remember, you know, remember deeply what is to be a man, what is to be a woman in this world, what is the promise, how we want the land to look like, how we want the relationships to look like, which people we are giving them the power, you know, the power. Now it's all been so many years of wars and hatreds, and nothing, not abundance, you know, and it's like, it's time to stop it, to change it.
Thank you.
Oh,
Oh,
Barak.
wow.
Barak?
Barak, בוא, שב.
כן, כן.
בוא, תשב.
Alors,
You
Barak,
can speak English.
hello. Alors,
Hello, my friend.
what's your name?
My name is Barak.
Barak, nice name. Very nice name. It's like the energy of the sky coming to us.
Yeah.
Yes. So I would like to tell you that I appreciate really much your speech, because I feel that our generation, I think every generation understand what you're saying, but I feel the responsibility of our generation at my age. I think you're 30 something, 32,
Me?
33, 43.
Opposite, 43.
Okay, I'm 43 also, so I didn't know that you got the same age of me, but you look very young. I'm 43 also, so good age. I just want to tell you that I appreciate, because I think this is a challenge of our generation to make, like Martin Buber says, to make a community and to express our messianic energy. And in simple way, not only making some bread, but also making some agriculture, singing together, and appreciate the nature, divine nature, in physical way, in spiritual way, in emotional way, in intellectual way, in different ways. And if we do that, not alone, but connecting each of us, we can be very strong, and we are more sensitive and acuité. Okay.
Attentive.
L'acuité.
Attentive.
Perhaps attentive to what is going on and what happens in the world actually. And if the world is so strong, so difficult today, like you said, the prices, aggressivity of the violence of finance, of money, of stress at work and everything, is because people continuing to be connected to this energy. And we have to disconnect from that, but also we have to replace this energy to something else. And technology is good if you use it well. Food is good if you feed your body with good food. But if you don't do that, you're going to see a specialist that is not a specialist for your nature, divine nature, but a specialist to continue to live in the system. So I'm not anti-system. I'm very conventional man. But I think the convention is important to make the priority. The priority is not OGM, is not to modify the nature, is to accept the nature with its divine energy of the fruits, divine energy of the vegetables, divine energy of the thought, of the music, of the emotions, and we have to protect that. So I just want to finish in one way, in one sentence. I just want to know, what about your physical and life, actually? You live in the north, Jonathan told me. That's true?
Yeah.
And how many people, how many families are you?
Anyway, me, myself, and also my friends and my family and my community, we are walking this way. We produce solar energy, and we have a biogas system that we don't need like a sewer for our toilets, and we are producing from our toilets like gas to cook. Mm-hmm. And also my wife and I, we are practicing bioacoustic medicine, which is like healing and treating things by sound. And yeah, we are trying more and more to walk this way of the new world that we believe in. And by the way, I'm saying that I also believe in all that we have now. I believe I don't want to ruin everything. I just want people will start to look for the balance or the cure of this system that already exists, you know. So slowly by slowly, step by step, to do the change, you know, like trying to find the green energy and you know, better relationships, and maybe, yeah, that. And from your question, yeah, we are around like 60 people here, children and grown-ups. And but our community is behind this little village that we have here. It's a worldwide community of like alternative people and rainbow people and healers. Jonathan is my brother, you know, Jonathan is my brother. He's like in my community. He will always be in my community wherever I am. He's there, even if he lives in the city or whatever, you know. And it's something from the heart, you know. It's in the heart.
And what about I mean, the possibility of build because my question is more specific. I would like to know, a lot of me, Eva, a lot of our friends of us, we are looking for a physical place to stabilize our energies, because a house is a temple. It's a personal temple. And we live in the world that a lot of people rent apartments, and they are very depending. Their energy are depending to the landlord. And if the landlord is not stable, I mean, it's very, you have 3 months to find another place. It's not very stable. So the question is, what about stability in your community? And are you building some wheel houses or just a caravan?
No, neither of that. I build my house by hands. All this house is very special. I have trees inside the house, and I have the neighbors getting inside the house. But yeah, it's that's why I'm saying it's איך אומרים, תהליך, יוני, איך אומרים תהליך?
Process.
It's a process, because I think people will have to learn how to make this, like how to take down the wars. And when we take down the wars, we will have more ground, you know, more earth. There will be no like zones for armies, and we will have more lands, and we can make many things have to change so people can get back to live better with nature. That's why I said, that's why I started my talk about that we want to take down this kind of governments, the kind of like people that govern you, because maybe I succeed to live like that in a small community, but it's not enough, you know. It's like many changes we have to get back our abundance, you know. People will have to work less in this kind of jobs, you know, so they will have more time to get the art, you know, to get the art from the heart, you know, like to understand, to dream. People don't have time to dream now.
I agree with you completely, and I think we have to just live this style of life, this way of life, and this is politic. For me, politic is not to speak. Speak is communication. Speak is to communicate something. It's important to speak, of course, it's creative. The world was created with verb, but to live is a testimony, witness of our politic. And because we're living not really focused about our personal life, as Harold Lewy told, we're not putting enough our energies, we're not expressing our real politic. We need to take back our identity, physical, spiritually, emotionally, messianic energy, if you want, because messianic means to reveal who we are really outside. And
Converse.
Yes, and if we do it, there is everything is happening after, because you don't have to explain what is the Geula is coming. You don't have to explain what is a child is living. But you don't expect to explain what is a tree. The tree is a tree, and the truth is the truth. That's all. So we need to be together connected. That's what I wanted to tell you. And perhaps I want to visit your place, because I'm looking for also a place to be stable, because to tell the truth, my question was very personal also, because I have to move and I don't know where actually, and I have to, all my life is here in Israel is like that. And I'm not a light man. I've got 5,000 books and it's not easy to move. I've got Marsanim, of course, I've got storage place, but okay, this is another story, my friends. Eva is coming back.
You're welcome to come visit.
Thank you very much, Barak. Thanks.
You're welcome to come visit. And I want to tell something, but I wanted to make a point because like now, if you have a situation and you don't have energy in this situation, so it's very hard to change it, you know? And what is going on in the world, that all the energy is captured by little group of people that are holding this energy and are, they don't show us, they don't even show us. So it's very hard for us to make this change. But if we will free this energy, and this energy is belong to us, electricity is in the air, water can come, you know, like if we're gonna free this energy, we can better do these changes, you know. We can like now, okay, you want to build a business, okay, and you don't have money. It's gonna be very hard for you to build this business. You will need support from this guy and maybe ask for some you know, favors from these guys. But if now I will come and give you some money, you know, I will give you some energy, yeah, you're gonna move things, you know. And this is the situation in the world. The world looks so bad because some group of people are capturing this energy and they don't give it to us. And that's why the medicine is not good. The medicine is very sick because they want us you know, like customers, you know. They don't want to cure us. They want to make, and in all the aspects. And now today I wanted to show the point that we have to free this energy. And to free this energy, now I connect it to your point, we have to remember who we are and what we belong to, and what we agree for other people to do for us, you know. This one is very important. And you are welcome to come here.
Thanks, but I will visit you. I can ask your phone to
yeah, for sure. And part of now what we do, some project that we are doing, we are trying to remind people in every way, by songs. We have song for to make a change, and you know, to remind people, but by every way, but by our daily you know, daily small things, small acts. We have to remember and remind people to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also, I want to say something also to everybody, Barak, about this. My thoughts about it, my observation in the last while, what's going on. It's very, very amazing, because everything you're saying is already happening. A lot of people are waking up, and there is I think that actually part of it started with the whole high-tech revolution and internet revolution, you can call it. And all of a sudden, there's all these like gigantic companies that make trillions of dollars, trillions of money, and they are all about just connecting everybody together and like bringing us to a certain like level of knowledge between each other, and like accessing knowledge and all this. So this is a step, and it was a step that already started about 25 years ago, so slowly, gradually to where we are now. And that's one thing. And now I see that there is more and more people that just they go through an obstacle of the money barrier, like not having enough money, not being able to. They get over this, and then they make a lot of money. They start using this money in a very positive, transformative way in the world. So you start seeing more ecological energy sources. You start to see more cleaning the ocean, all kinds of things, all kinds of projects that actually make people a lot of money. And at the same time, they're very, very good for the earth and for the planet. And it's not across the threshold that we want, but it's happening. It's already like, this is a very important process in the opening of the transformation. And there's this other guy that actually Yaakov sent me, that he channeling that we're going to be in the 5th dimension very soon. And I told this to Eva, and she's like, yeah, 5th
I have
dimension.
5th dimensional artwork.
Yeah,
Come
the
and
artwork.
visit.
So that's an interesting thing. And I don't even understand what that means, you know, to go to the 5th dimension. And there's all this talk about the 4th dimension being like a dimension of like having this power, but not using it in the right way and something like that. But I don't know. I'm not sure how it works. But it definitely feels like there's a very, very serious doorway that's opening up, and you just have to get through it and go through it. And there's a lot of challenges, a lot of difficulties that we encounter every day, but we just have to like take deep breaths. I love what Harold was saying before. Every hour, take 5 minutes for yourself, every hour. Just 5 minutes, you do something for yourself. You breathe, you scream into a pillow, you said, whatever you want. It's great. Very
You know, I now you are talking about the 5th dimension, and for me, 20 years ago, I was waiting to get to the 5th dimension. I did, you know, some work with Talos and with the Adama, you know, the Kohen Adama from Mount Shasta, and for many years I'm waiting for the 5th dimension. And now that you are talking about it, I had some idea just now that I think that the 5th dimension is a promise for us, but it won't come until we cure this 4th dimension. And a lot of people now, me also, I was said, yeah, it's gonna be okay. Soon I'm gonna be in the 5th dimension, and all the energy will gonna be nice. And now I understand, now, really right now in this moment, as we are talking, that the 5th dimension is actually is a cure way to use the energy of the 4th dimension, because when the energy here around is gonna be pure and balanced, you will be able to hug a lion. You know, will be able to hug a lion, and when you will be able to hug a lion, because you will be, the energy is gonna be clean, and the lion will be 100% sure that you are not gonna hurt him, and he's not gonna hurt you. And there are people are doing it already. But in all the aspects, then I think only then we will go to the 5th dimension, you know, like, but until then, I feel that we have to take each stone, you know, like how you say to, you know, each stone, and to cure it, you know, to make clean food and clean earth and clean relationships and clean. And this is the 5th dimension for me. This is the what I want. You know, I want to succeed to make it here in the 4th dimension. I want to see the world in harmony, you know, in kind of a harmony, in peace, in the nature, prosperity, you know, prosperity, creatures that are happy and free. And this is, for me, is the 5th dimension. You know, before all the 5th dimension that I heard about, that we will not have to eat so much, and yeah, this will come. You know, when the energy, when you're gonna have a really clean apple, energetically clean, you know, and with all its full potential, yeah, one apple maybe will be enough for all day. I don't know. I feel it. But I think we have to be here and now, and to understand how we cure the 4th dimension, you know. This, now it got to me.
And what came up to me when you were talking about healing the 4th dimension was that we have to go through like healing our emotional process, because I feel like everything that's harmful between people and the earth, the land, the animals, whatever it is, everything that's harmful has to do with some kind of unbalanced, unhappy, emotional state of someone for whatever reason. So when you're saying that, then I think maybe emotion itself is a fourth dimension, and that's something that we're already engaged in. We just didn't recognize it in this way. And then once we find a way to balance our emotions, Harold was also talking about it before. He said there are all these negative emotions that sometimes disturb or govern or dissuade you from your way or do something for you like that. But it's not a place of like getting rid of these emotions. It's a place of like giving them the right kind of space and not allowing them to govern you and direct you. World. And then I think that's one part of it, and the other part of it is not too, which can also be like you can be too happy, you know, like you can be too happy, not osher, not like balanced, perfect happiness kind of thing, but just be too happy, you know, and then you don't notice what's really going on. So also the positive emotions, they also have to have the right kind of level and place. And when we find this balance, how to balance the emotional place, then we can like observe the next phase, which is maybe a glimpse into the fifth dimension experience or whatever it is. Maybe like that. So it came to me from what you said.
Yeah. This we have to cure ourselves, you know, in our community and the people and the earth, and it's our responsibility to do it. We have to do it step by step, also mentally, emotionally, and physically, and in all the aspects. We have to do it. You know, it's like.
Do you have some French people in your community?
Moi, je parle français.
C'est pas vrai, non, mais c'est incroyable ça, dites-moi, franchement.
Non, mais pas très bien parce que j'ai oublié. Ça fait.
Because your wife is a French woman, or?
Non, j'habitais en Belgique quand j'étais petit.
C'est pas vrai. Ouais. Où ça?
Mais
où ça?
À Bruxelles.
Oui.
Mais j'ai oublié beaucoup. Je comprends, mais c'est très.
Okay, let's continue to English because your French is good, but people don't understand French. But it's good. I didn't know that you were speaking French, so I'm very happy I asked this question. So, except you're the only francophone?
Yeah, maybe. You know, we live in a small village, but next to us there's a much bigger village. Also, is very ecological village, Klil. Klil, yeah, and like there's already 250 families there. It's really nice. You should come see. It's really opens many ways to live differently. You know.
Yes. Do you make your own fruits? I mean, your own agriculture, vegetables. Do you make? What's? I mean, you've got your own food.
No, we don't. Me, for myself, I don't grow my own food. It's too much for me. But in the next village, we have the huge organic farm. So we buy from them.
What do you have, sorry?
A huge organic farm.
Oh, exactly. Good.
Organic farm. So in Klil. So I personally buy from them or from organic shops. We eat only organic as much as it can be.
Great.
I stayed with my I have two adopted families. I have my own family too in Israel, but two of them are adopted, and they live in Mitzpenetofan. Each 2 days a week, their farmers will come and bring this organic food, and it's so tasty. All these vegetables grown in Galilee, so it's fun and
amazing. You want to make a song, Daddy?
Oh,
just came.
Yay!
What's up?
We have a.
She was in another party.
I invited you, Adi, because I sang.
You want to You want to sit there? So we have a few people left. Tommy, is this Tommy from USA? Maybe like Karine and Chaim Cohen and Sarah. We would love to hear you singing.
Yes, we now made Adi has written music for a prayer.
Oh yeah.
Sim Shalom. It's a prayer from what people are reading every day. I don't know, the Siddur or something like this.
Shalom Tova Ubracha.
No? Okay. She wants another song.
Okay.
Maybe the songs of the project that we are doing with Yoni?
No.
No, also.
A few days ago, hello everybody, good to see you.
It's nice to see you.
So a few days ago, I had something that came to me. It's kind of like a hymn, less of a song, and so I will do that.
Okay.
Right. Like an igun kind of a thing.
Yeah, exactly. Miss you, we love you. Come here into your heart. Na, 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 na. לא שומעים? סימן שלא שומעים?
לא, שומעים.
היא לא יכולה לשמוע. זה סימן שהיא לא שומעת. Can you hear me? Can't hear me?
You come and go, Osher. Sometimes I hear you and sometimes but it's like in waves.
Maybe we don't have enough reception.
For everybody else here. Hello? Do you hear Osher?
Yes, I think maybe we don't have enough reception or something.
Okay. Would it be okay? Will you have better reception next month? We can hear you. Will it be different? I heard you had something changes with your electricity. So maybe.
Yes, exactly. We had a lightning here.
Oh my God, I heard from Jonathan.
Yes.
What amazing experience was that? How do you feel about it? What do you think it was? Are you okay?
Yes, we were totally fine. It only hit the antennas, but it was strong. Yeah, it was strong.
Wow.
I really love the painting behind you. It's so gorgeous. The colors.
It's in Yoni's
Oh,
house.
that's Jonathan's. Look at this. Isn't that beautiful?
Wow, it's
Yeah,
amazing.
Esther made
painted.
this. No, Esther
It's
made this.
Steinman.
Yeah.
It's the flower of life.
Wow, it's beautiful.
I agree.
It goes with the piano. It gives a.
It's really great.
Wow, it's amazing. So you're visiting Yoni. This is so cool.
Yeah, it's like so much. With 2 years, we'd be like, oh, now we're like with Jack and
Wow.
2 years were most of the time just seeing each other on Zoom. We saw each other a couple of times there.
yeah, we
But
did
not-
other
not-
things, but not.
But I think
COVID.
that's the first time that we're actually sitting together in these meetings in the same room.
Oh my,
So cool.
it's amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a good sign, because if you've done it so far away and now coming together, the energies are coming together, and we're talking about also new paradigm shifts, new consciousness. And Harold's
It's
work,
on.
it's on, we're on, right?
It's so on. Wow, it's amazing. It's also the time to act, to balance the perception and the action. I really feel it. And it comes naturally to me lately, to act, to initiate,
For example, what?
to use the gifts that I have with other people, like to do things together, to collaborate. We made a song now for the youth with Yoni and the artists from our village. Song that is directed to youth that are influenced by the situation, encouraging them to choose life. So it was something that was so easy to do. Like, I had a vision, in the same time he had a vision, in the same time someone else had a need for it, and it's just, we are so ready. Each one of us is so ready to be who we are, and together we make this beautiful Merkaba or some kind of really, really precious thing that is meant to be together and work together, and not meant to do it by ourselves.
Right.
We've been sold this illusion that we need to do everything ourselves. It's so beautiful that everyone do exactly what they're made to do.
Yeah, well, Barak was sharing about this whole thing, like you don't register your children, like not being part of the government, and then they're like two extremes now. Everybody's like freaking out, like there's more and more like there's, you can't park without paying, you can't go anywhere without being, registering and accounting. Like, and then there's like you trying to live on the land the way the tribes, the way human beings should be connected to Mother Earth, and there's a big chasm between them, right? So what's the bridge? And what step are we taking so it doesn't get backfired, because you kind of have to be part of the system, but then you have to introduce a new system at the same time, and not too much extremes, but maybe the extremes, it what creates it, like the French Revolution, right? Or like new paradigms needs to be. So there's more people like you, and I met them in Sweden, I'm sure everywhere else, South America.
Exactly.
And so they're like the water pools that slowly we're coming closer and closer, and this going to be bigger water body, and then lakes and the ocean, and that's it. Finally.
Exactly. This is the new paradigm. You ask and you answered. It was really beautiful to see how you ask this and you answer this, because the answer is right, the people to rise up, to realize who they are, which world they want to live in, and form communities until it replace the old and stop complying with the old system. Just don't give your power, your sacred willpower.
Well, we have to do it in balance and respect too. We can't, and then it becomes anarchism. So it's really delicate.
Yeah.
How do we do the bridge?
It really feels like there's I could see it in the crazy snowstorm we had here, which really broke down. I don't know if you guys are aware of it so much, but it broke down so many trees in Jerusalem, and actually even like lamp posts fell, and it was very intense, like the devastation of the snow. And it was interesting to see some trees fell, some trees broke, and some trees they sort of like broke a branch or two of themselves, but you could see that it gives space for other branches to grow. And it makes me think like that basically what we're doing now is we're all part of the same tree, and we just need to put energy into branches that we believe will support our future, our consciousness, our well-being. And they're being built. Like I gave the example of the high-tech revolution that's been going on, but this new wave of consciousness is certainly creating all kinds of amazing, beautiful, giant companies to start forming, relating to ecology, and it's already starting, you know, and it's growing. And this is what I mean. I can see that it's already slowly going to replace all these old paradigms that are not really serving us, not making us happy. And you know, you're talking about the 5% people that own everything and all that. It's true, but it's also changing, and there's also like a lot more people that manage to break through from any time in history. You know, there's more people that manage to break through the sort of like the money bondage barrier. So they're like not there anymore. They're in another place, and it's really not the way that you get so much encouraged by the system to really achieve, to get to a good place with yourself. But there is an attempt to do it. It's just not clear enough yet.
You know, I will tell you something about it. You said about the storm and the trees, and you say that we are the trees, but I was thinking I am the storm in your metaphor, because and it's beautiful, you know. And you said Tulip that we want to do it in a respectful way. Yes, there are some people that choose to do it in a respectful way. Some people are gonna be more extreme. They're gonna really go take holds את הכתבים, את הקוטב השני. I mean, each one has its own part in this. Polarity, yeah. One will be totally anarchist, one will be bridging the anarchy to the new world and to and it's beautiful because we don't have to figure out what's the best way to do it. We just, each one of us is the way. We are the solution from being who we are. And as much as we allow ourselves to be who we truly are and really act on it, each one of us is going to contribute to the bigger us.
Yeah. And that includes also those we think are not doing the right thing, because we're all part of this world, the yin and yang, the left and right, you know, black and white. It's all of us.
I guess.
And it's pushing us. I mean, pushing us to be wanting more softer paradigm, but it's part of it. Had that extreme not been so oshek and controlling, this wouldn't come out, especially the last 2 years with the restriction and human rights. So both are needed. I mean, they're created by God, because this is the only way. Had we just stayed in the Garden of Eden, we wouldn't have come to new places, because we'll be just like sitting on the beach and looking at the sunset and enjoying life like in Hawaii, which I like. But you know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Yeah, but
it's
when
so interesting. It's an interesting subject. You want to say something?
When we're gonna do healed spaces or harmony spaces, so those people are not doing the right thing, they will not be able to come and ruin it. You know, they will not be able, because we're gonna, when you are איך אומרים בריא,
Healthy.
when you are healthy, when you are healthy and you eat good and you are healthy, so it's very hard for bad pathogen to come and influence you, you know? And that's what we are talking about. We are talking about to find the cure world, you know, in Hebrew, it's called the Bria. And the Bria, there is a situation that the Bria is healthy. And like you said, God created everything. So there could be energy of sick, but as long as you hold this energy of healthiness, of briut, so less and less people with bad influence could influence you, you know? And this is, I think, our responsibility.
Yeah.
Many times in my life, I want to say about this because it's really important. Many times in my life, I was in not such good relationships, and I kept telling myself that this is from God and I have a lesson to learn here, and that, you know, this mindset that is really, it's true, there is a lesson here, this is from God, but my lesson was eventually to get up and leave. And not allow abuse to myself and say no to this. And once I've done that, many beautiful things started showing up because I set my boundaries. And I think that, yes, it's from God, and yes, we are all one, and yes, we are
talking about me.
And yes, I was talking about him. And yeah, and I think, you know, I've been really observing this boundary thing lately because people are been testing my boundaries, and I try to see how I tell them no, but I want also to keep myself in a good space. I don't want to be like, no, like I don't want to hurt, but I don't want to hurt myself. And like, I think self-respect is really important here, and it's time that we see what is being done to us and that it's wrong.
I think
and that we act.
Yeah, more people waking up to it.
Yeah, and then we can drop it. Like, we don't have to be, we need to process the grief of being so taken from what is like ours, like the connection to source, and then we can get over it, and then we can do all of the like more nice stuff. You know?
Nice stuff. Yes, I love that.
Yeah.
Well, my name is Eva, as you know, so I'm like a bit like Chava, and I like never understand why we're not still in the Garden of Eden, because that's just would be so wonderful, and I like still don't understand it, but I know we had to go through these times.
Yeah.
So now we evolve into another higher level of paradise, God willing.
I think we are in the Garden of Eden. It just looks like a little bit hell now, but we are in the Garden of Eden. Yeah. And we can grow it back, you know. Yeah. We can grow back to that it will feel more that Garden of Eden, and that it will look more, and it will be more Garden of Eden, but it's here. This is Garden of Eden for me, at least.
Yes. Why do you say it's Garden?
Because it's an amazing place. You see how many animals, how many colors, how many plants there. I don't need more than that. Definitely. For me, it's the best, you know, but it's just we are getting more and more disconnected from it, and
the disconnect
look more like hell for me. For me, when I see all the disconnect, when I see all the dead animals and the dead trees and plants, and that we don't live in a synchronized and harmony way, it's look and feels less than Garden of Eden. But this is Garden of Eden.
Yeah, our body is so traumatized from what we've been through that it's hard for it to rest and see the truth.
And what's sad also, I feel like Israel, such a vortex of so much trauma, so many years of so many wars.
It became Israel.
Don't even say that.
Oh God.
No, really,
Yes, okay.
really, really.
Well,
There is,
But
there
it's
is
on
that too.
purpose. It's because whatever happens here influences the whole
I know.
world. So they try to manipulate and make anxiety here and make depression here and make trauma here. So it will happen in the rest of the world. So we have to heal it here.
Right. It's like everybody's pointing the finger but to Israel and why don't you make peace? And so also have that energy projected at you. It's like the garbage disposal in a sink, you know, everybody's dumping down things there because it's easy to blame. And but we also have the responsibility to bring peace from here. And peace from here, from Yerushalayim, is the key for peace in the world. However, this trauma vortex that we're in, and now with the pandemic, is the most people have been, you know, vaccinated. So many people have been had the corona. It's just 5G, like it's so much intensity. And on the other hand, it is the sacred holy land. It's the Visika Paisik. It's the sacred geometric form of a Visika Paisi. So it's really an open, it's a doorway from which the energy of the Mashiach, the Shekhinah, the redemption will come. And so many people involved with it. So it is the focal point, and it's all what needs to be happening right now, because it has to be really, 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 really tense and difficult here for it to pop open. And that the hardest thing is to stay with it and be with it. And I've been traveling a little bit, and I think Israelis have so much patience and resilience, but now I'm starting to see it's not good. People are very, very tired and sick. It's very sad. So we need to pray for Mashiach to come. But then there's also a lot of resilience and joy here. I mean, people are much more alive on some level here than other places.
Yeah.
It's very diabolical, very like, diabolical. What is the truth? Like I see the exhaustion, and then I see it's like, שטויות, הכל בסדר, בוא נמשיך. אז מה אם היה ככה, ומה וזה וזה, ועוד מלחמה? לא, אז נעבור את זה גם כן, no big deal, כאילו. אבל זה מעייף.
I want to say something also that's really from the other side also. Don't forget, there's a lot of difficulty, and it's Israel in some ways, but also don't forget how many people around the world pray for the well-being and prosperity of Jerusalem, of Israel, of the holiness of this place, and just believe and just like hold it in their hearts, whether it's through Jesus or doesn't matter, you know. There's just so many people around the world, billions of people around the world every day, 1, 2, 3, 5 times a day, they put intention and think about Jerusalem, think about Israel, and it's in their hearts, it's in their minds, it's in their prayers of positivity. And this is something that is definitely holding a lot of the, let's say, not allowing it so much to break apart, this whole place, because it's so complicated what's going on here. And there's so many like difficulties that all these prayers, we have to be very, very grateful that this is going on also, because it's amazing and it's really happening everywhere. And this is not about necessarily very, very like open conscious people, or like just people. So many people are doing this every day, and this is just incredible. And it's an incredible force that is backing us. And yeah, there's all these things that they talk about in the media. There's these killings and the atrocities the Israeli army is doing, and there's all these like things that are going on around the world, and there's Corona, and there's all these things. But actually, you know, if you think about that, and then you think about how many billions of people are praying and putting good intention into this place, you think, okay, what actually takes up more of the consciousness, you know? So when you're saying, yeah, heaven, I totally agree with you. Heaven is right here. This is heaven. We just don't always see that this is heaven, but it is. Just don't always see it. You just have to see it. You just have to see it.
I actually feel, you know, I felt like this many years about Israel and Jerusalem, and now I feel that the energy is shifted from here. It's just like, you know, there is this rock star, and he had many years in the first place, you know, and now his name is going after him, so Jerusalem still has the name, but it doesn't have an energy anymore. I feel that the energy is shifted to all the people now, you know, all the people in Africa, the tribes, the Maoris, you know, all the shamans, all the people from the cities, you know, are already third and fourth and fifth generation of people that are living in the city. One change, you know, the energy has shifted. This is the Messiah, what you are talking about, that the energy will shift from one place, from one Messiah, from one country, from one religion, to each and every one of us, you know, in in Antarctica, in New Zealand, Canada is waking up. People from Australia want to fight back. Sweden, you know, what you said, they want the common law. And this is what I feel now. And we have to let go of this Jewish Jerusalem. Don't let go. I mean, don't let go. This is part of my heritage.
No,
I don't mean I don't mean in that way to let go. I mean to bring the others. Okay, don't let go ours, but bring the others. Now it's time to
Making
breathe.
it all one, yeah, for sure.
Okay,
for sure.
just that doesn't exclude the one. The foundation rock is like, it's like a center point for the Milky Way, for the galaxy. It's like it has a sort of an entrance through here, and it includes everybody. It injects even through Mother Earth to the other side of Hawaii and Lila, whatever. But we can't do it without Jerusalem. We can't.
Yeah, for sure.
I heard today the Bishop of Jerusalem speak to that.
The Catholic bishop?
What?
The Catholic bishop?
No, the Jewish bishop.
The Jewish bishop?
I'm just kidding.
I think he's Arab.
Bishop. Yeah, he's Arab, but I mean, he's Catholic.
Yeah, is it Catholic?
I think I met him. I played.
He has glasses, round face.
Yeah.
That guy. He was speaking about the portal in Jerusalem, and that was interesting to me. And he was just said one sentence about it, and I went back to hear it again. Like somehow I couldn't hear it. Do you have ever maybe something to extend a little bit about this portal?
I don't know about what the bishop said, but I know in the Kabbalah, it's called the pineal gland of the world, because also in biblical times, there was a lot of interactions under the Har Moria, and also pineal gland are the same words.
Pineal.
Yeah, and so it is the seeing and the knowing. Jerusalem is really a PowerPoint, and they also say that the foundation rock is actually connected to the universe, and that's how there's the birth of this creation. Also, it's a little bit Kabbalistic.
It's like you have your C7 vertebrae here, and it's sort of like outlasts everything else. When you decompose after you die, this thing like lasts for many years.
Or the loose bone.
The C7, the last vertebrae of the neck, the lowest one.
Wow. Right.
It lasts for so long, and
right.
It's this place is like when the planet was formed. I think we talked about it, but maybe it was a long time ago. Adi and Barak, with both of you, that the planet was a ball of gas going around the sun, but not around itself. So it had a tail because it was made of gas. And slowly everything solidified. So the tail became like this bulge. So really like the middle of this tail is where Jerusalem is. And it became one continent around it. Then all the continents split and everything. But like this, sort of like the umbilical cord point of the whole planet from a magnetic and celestial astrophysical perspective. You know, it's like really is physically, magnetically the center. So it really has just more intense, more concentrated energy. So this is before we even speak about people and consciousness and what we're talking about, emotions, all these things. This is this essence. So it doesn't matter. You're not Jewish, it doesn't matter. It's not about that. It's just like this particular
energetic.
This particular space is actually ridiculously more charged than anywhere else.
Yeah,
This
what's
is why I
that?
feel
The
so much.
communities of the fifth dimension of Adama, Kohen Adama, they said that there are huge crystals under Jerusalem, and that's why everybody want to fight over Jerusalem. There are like huge crystals that are influencing the energy here. Like,
Nice.
huge.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of fifth dimensional?
The cave of creation. There's to say that the cave of creation maybe is really under Jerusalem. The cave of creation that Cryon is talking about. We're saying that there's billions of crystals, and every crystal, the soul, when a person dies, their soul goes into their crystal that every soul has a crystal, and then it just deposits the process, the information that was going through them when they had a body, and the body dies, the soul goes, deposits this, the crystal grows a bit, and then there's more and more crystals being formed because there's more and more souls wanting to come here because they find it interesting for some reason. Maybe we can relate to it, who knows? Nice. But there's a proposition, and maybe this cave of creation with the billions of crystals is really under Jerusalem somewhere, but very deep, like 60 kilometers below the surface, something like that.
And you know why I asked about Israel and Jerusalem? It's because it's really hard for me energetically to be here. I feel compromised every day I'm here. I used to fly a lot outside of Israel, and in the moment that I'm in the airport even, or the plane takes a little bit out, and such a relief, it's it's so charged here. There's such buzz in the air that doesn't really allow to rest. Yeah. But still, I find myself here, making the children here, living here in this land, and being pulled here and put roots here. And so I'm asking because recently I realized that probably need to be here if I've been here for so long, even that it's so hard because I have a part in this and it's an important place.
I can relate to what you're saying. I mean, I also, it's really hard not to be here, but it's hard to be here.
Yeah.
So I have Sweden to decompose sometimes, and wow, it's really a vortex here. But it energizes and exhausts.
Decompress. Not decompose. Decompress. Not decompose yet.
Not yet.
That's why we created this kind of bubble here in Adama. Really put energy to make it a bubble. But still, it's a bubble inside Israel.
Yeah. But it's okay. We're trying to do these bubbles here in Jerusalem also. We need them. Yeah. We need them everywhere, as many as And there's and it's happening, It just doesn't happen continuously all the time, but it's happening. There's a lot of gatherings, events, groups. Just amazing, how much people's hearts are so open, and people are so transformative at the moment, so accepting transformation. It's just amazing. Everybody, like almost everybody. Very few people are like stuck and not willing to take any step. Like, people really want to. Oh, you got something for me? That's great. Please, let's do something. It's like everybody. It's great. Beautiful times. It's just some people are still in a certain place. They're stuck in a certain place, and that's it. And, we're also, all of us are stuck in some place, and we still have to process our thing, whatever it is. But some people, it's just more amplified at the moment, for sure. And this is a lot of what the news and everything, they're talking about this a lot, and that's why people get an idea that this world is really hell, but it's actually, it's mostly incredible and amazing, and just a little bit of it still needs to be transformed and changed, at least from our place, from our human Society, I say.
Eva, how long are you planning to be in Israel?
I usually go back in the summer, so I'll be here a few months.
Ah, you're welcome. Come visit us.
Yeah, I would like to. I actually have friends in Clear, so I would like to. Maybe
Oh, perfect.
with us, he wants to see. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, maybe we do a field trip up to
We were
the
talking about it, yeah.
Mhm.
Great.
Talking about it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining. I assume it's late now. It's 1 o'clock.
So late. Oh, yes.
For everyone, yeah.
You have kids in the morning,
Yes.
and everybody else probably fell asleep with their phone on because we haven't heard from them. But
Yeah, like I said, we are under a dictatorial relationship, but not from the government, from our children, you know.
What
Yeah,
time
Starting
do you wake
6
up?
o'clock in the morning.
Oh, so you better go to bed. Okay. So it's so nice to have you on, and we'll meet the 22 of March, God willing. 22. Wow.
This will be
Perfect.
13. This is from this, today is
Yeah.
the 12, and then March 22 is 13.
Numerology wise.
The number that comes together, you know, like 22 to 2022, it's altogether 12, yeah?
The 12
Mm.
tribes.
And 12 tribes, 12 months, whatever you want. But then next month, because it's March, you just add one more number and you have 13.
And who's coming in?
We love 13 so much, right?
And Dina, the 13th child of Jacob.
Yes. You know everything. You know this.
Yeah.
This 13. So, yeah.
לילה טוב.
לילה טוב.
Thank you.
צ'יטס, איזה כיף לראות אתכם חמודים ממש, אני מה זה אוהב אתכם.
גם אנחנו.
נתראה בקרוב ממש.
אוהבים אתכם.
תודה.
לילה טוב.
תודה.
תודה.
לילה טוב. Thank you. Blessings. Bye bye. Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Blessings.
לילה טוב.
Lala from Jerusalem.